Nightbot. Oh. Hello, everybody. Nightbot here. I'm glad you're up and all ready. Can anybody hear me? I guess it's a good start. Screen back. Oh, well, that's good. Hello, everybody. Well, as you can imagine, True Crime Addict isn't here because she is in an English court. And obviously, yes, no, my hair's a bit bad. She's in an English court at the moment, and she's there to hear. I think it's a closing, or that thing at the end where they make the decision whether they're guilty or not. So she's sticking around for that, and apparently it's quite juicy. So you will be able to see her at the end of this stream, probably. Otherwise, you're just stuck with me. I'm either painting or I'm just taking notes. So I'll add little bits of commentary onto where it started. At the moment, I am putting a pot of coffee on, and it's Dunkin' Donuts coffee. So I'm looking forward to come. So if I go back out to get my coffee, that's why. I've also been doing a bit of model printing as well. So that's been going upstairs. So that's why I've been rushing backwards and forwards to do stuff. But Katya will probably be back in about 2 hours, hopefully. So she can take off the rest of the stream in her normal, enthusiastic way. So I'll be 2 seconds while I grab some coffee. I need to get used to doing the hashtags. Well, since we are waiting, is there any questions you have for Nightbot or for Katya? I'll try to answer Katya's side best I can. Need to turn the torch off. California trial. Remind me which one the California trial was. I'm trying to think of the name. Um, make sure I've got the right trial. Yes, Natalie Cochran. We did it right. I imagine that might be the next. Right. I imagine that might be the next trial Katia covers, but I will double check that for you, as I imagine she's tuned in, so she might answer that one. What models do I paint? I play a game named Warhammer 40k, which is a kind of like fantasy. How to describe this? Uh, like D&D, but far flung in the future. So they have all kinds of robots and yes, it is a very popular game. So a friend of mine actually got me into the game. And a couple of us play together quite regularly. Yeah, I think I'd probably prefer to do the D&D instead, if I'm honest. But I did pick a rather odd army. Apparently, all of his old friends used to play with the army, and then I picked it up. So, pretty good fit. Yeah. So I might stand up and go grab one of the models I'll be working on. So a couple of them I've been working on. Actually, during the last trial, I worked on this one. It is a very difficult hobby to like paint because you try and constantly to get the colors and the shades right, and then yeah, this one didn't come out so well, but the camera's there. So in case you were wondering. And I have a ginormous one which was incredibly hard to glue together. So he is a little bit lopsided. So he is a bit one lopsided, but it's very difficult to use Gorilla Glue and Super Glue at the same time. Dungeon Masters. I bet you would have had some very fun times of getting together and playing Warhammer. My wife's not overly fond of the hobby because it does take up quite a bit of my time, and she's very fond of spending time together. But I do take out some time to. Yeah, well, I haven't. I have a couple of cases full of these models. And they only started about a year or two ago. So, yeah. Well, you can't knock it until you try it. That's the way I like to look at it. Been trying to convince Katia to build her own army so we can play together, but she's more interested in court than playing with me. So I might grow out of the hobby. Is that what you're trying to say, Kay? I wonder why they're starting so late. Oh, the other one. I need Katya to tell me which trial that is. Sorry about that. Had to blow my nose. So, is it D&D that you still play it, or is it other fantasy games? I've sent Katya a message asking which trial that is, so she will get back to me eventually. She is in the middle of a courtroom, so I think she has to either turn her phone off or put it on silent. No. She's attending like a trial in Newcastle, which is a yes. She does bring baked goods home from work. I'm especially fond of the custard tarts she does, because when Tesco gets the custard tarts, they don't cook them properly. As in, they'll put them on the bottom shelf and make sure that they don't burn, when it's the opposite. You're supposed to put them on the top shelf. They're supposed to be very, I wouldn't say crispy, but they're supposed to be burnt on top and cooked quickly, so that the pastry itself doesn't become hard and cracks in your mouth. But yes, it is absolutely delicious. Yes, they call them pastel de natas, but they're not really cooked like a pastel de nata. If you go to Portugal, they taste very uniquely different, and that's due to the temperature. Or they taste gorgeous, and I'm a very avid lover of custard. Katya also likes trying different breads now. Since starting in the bakery, she keeps looking at the different types of bread and going, that might actually taste nice. I think we drew the line on jalapeno bread, though, because I'm very bad with spices. Yes, that is true, but that's because they're fired at a higher temperature, and also the recipe is kept under lock and key by martial law. I say martial law. It is a trade secret, and you can get prosecuted over sharing it in Portugal. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Right, I'm trying to read the chat. uh, what's my favorite English food? To me, anything that's English has been cooked in this country forever. So we've nicked a lot of foods from other countries, so we ended up getting a variety. I suppose the most British food you can get is fish and chips. People like fish and chips. Oh, we have court starting. Please tell me if the sound's working.
Good morning.
Oh, right.
We continue in the case of State of West Virginia versus Natalie P. Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. Are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury on behalf of the state? Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you. Anything on behalf of the defense?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Bring in the jury, please, bailiff. Pardon? I don't know.
I was told by Sarah that he's in the waiting area, whatever that.
Okay. Do you have the phone number? Okay.
Hi, you have reached Dr. Jarvis. Please leave a message. Thank you.
You have a better number? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm so glad to see you all. You came back, and I appreciate it so much. You can see we're still having a few problems. That's why we're a little bit late this morning. We're trying to work out all the bugs. Thank you very much for the fudge. I will eat all the fudge that I can get, as you can see, and I appreciate it very much. And don't be despondent that you just got donut holes this morning, because I've decided to declare a pizza day today, and I'm going to have pizza for you for lunch. So you can count on that, and that'll be a little incentive for you to hang around and to look forward to lunch. Doctor, is that you on the line? Can you hear me? We can hear him, but he can't hear us, apparently.
Hi, you have reached Dr. Jarvis. Please leave a message. Thank you.
We somehow need to get word to him to pick up the phone. Can you text him?
I don't think he doesn't really respond to text very well.
Why don't you stand up in front of the camera and answer your phone? Yes.
I'm not sure that he can see us. Maybe he can. Ah, he's moving.
I was never very good at charades.
Okay.
I can't hear them. And it was.
That's
Should I try it again?
now he does have his phone. Can you call again, Colleen?
Does that mean you're finished, Katya?
Doctor, can you possibly mute your Teams link so we don't have feedback?
Can you hear us, doctor, now?
I can hear you on the phone.
Okay, that's what we're going to do, is use the phone for audio.
Okay, our microphone is muted.
Okay.
Muted now?
No, they're muting it now. Ask him if he wants to turn the speaker on.
You can turn the speaker phone on and put the phone down, and we can work it that way.
Katya, tell us about the California case. Tell us when you're gonna start that back up again.
Hello, can you hear?
Yes, we can hear perfectly well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, there's probably a small matter we need to approach the bench on before we take Dr. Dragovich.
All right. All right, members of the jury, as you can plainly see, we are still on the defense case in chief, and I'd ask Mr. Selden to call the next witness.
Your Honor, I would like to call Dr. Dragovich, and I'm not even going to try and pronounce his first name. I will let him do that.
All right, doctor, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may be seated, sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Would you please state for the court your full name and how you spell it?
I'm Ljubica Jovan Dragovic. That's Ljubisa, middle Jovan, last Dragovic.
Where do you work, Dr. Dragovich, and what's your title?
I work in the capacity of chief forensic pathologist and chief medical examiner for County of Oakland in Michigan. And I work here in this building. This is my building, building 28B in Oakland County Government Complex. And this is one of our conference rooms for this purpose and other purposes of meetings and or whatever other needs.
Now, from your testimony, you're a doctor. What areas are you designated as a doctor? And by that question, do you have the title of a neuropathologist?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm a physician, MD. I graduated back 49 and a half years ago at Medical Faculty, University of Belgrade. And I went through multiple training as far as pathology. I trained in anatomical pathology, board certified by the American Board of Pathology. I'm board certified in neuropathology by the American Board of Pathology and board certified in forensic pathology by the American Board of Pathology. Those occurred back in 1982, 1985, 1985 and 1987, respectively.
Are you licensed to practice in any states?
Yes, sir, I'm licensed to practice in the state of Michigan, and I'm licensed in the state of New York, where I originally obtained my license back in, I believe, 1982.
I believe you said you were board certified, and once again, for clarity, what areas are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in anatomical pathology, in neuropathology, and in forensic pathology.
Thank you. Do you have any publications, or have you authored any publications of any kind related to your field?
Yes, in both fields, both neuropathology and forensic pathology. I've done some original research papers with some of my associates over time, and I have also authored several chapters in textbooks addressing the areas of the neuropathology of trauma in infants and children, and in the textbook of essential forensic neuropathology. Also, I have authored the chapter in sharp force injury and separate chapter in blunt force injury in an international textbook of forensic pathology.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, over time, I've been involved in various capacities. I've served as clinical associate professor at the Department of Neurology at Wayne State University Medical School in Detroit, Michigan, from, I believe, somewhere in 1988 to 1987 through a few years ago when I effectively resigned because of the geographical distance that became a problem, because my office is about 25 miles away from the campus of the University Hospital, and I basically could not run there, attend to the rounds and teaching sessions, and continue my work here, my day-to-day work here in the city of Pontiac, where my office is.
Okay, now, you mentioned your day-to-day work. What is that day-to-day work?
My day-to-day work is medical legal investigation of death. That is a statutory obligation, and my position here is governed by the state statutes. The state statute is called the Medical Examiner's Act of the state of Michigan, and it requires me, among other people who are involved in this, to open up medical legal death investigation and any sudden suspicious or unexplained death that needs to be addressed at any given time. The purpose of that is to establish the cause, why someone died, and the manner of death, how death came upon this person. So those are the two critical issues that are to be addressed as compliance to the statutory requirements, and also to review those findings to paper. Over time, of course, we have electronic database and everything, but we still follow the letter of the law here and review things to paper.
All right. And in your job as a medical examiner and also a forensic pathologist, you conduct autopsies, do you not?
Yes, I actually conducted 6 of them over the weekend. 4
Okay,
on Saturday and 2 yesterday.
all right. Can you estimate, and if you can, fine, if you can't, can you estimate approximately how many autopsies you've done over your career?
I can't, but roughly it will be in thousands because I've been in this line of work for almost 40 years, and in the earlier days when I worked in Detroit for County of Wayne, I was very, very busy. I remember that in 1988 I performed approximately 1,200 autopsies that year only. So it was in those days, many years ago, it was 36, 37 years ago now. But things have slowed down, and obviously I moved to a different jurisdiction. But bottom line would be thousands. How many? It's
All right,
10,000, 1,000, 8,000. I can't tell because I don't keep track of that.
that's sufficient. As a forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist, have you testified in any trials?
This is the first this week, but yes, in a direct in person, in local court, district court, circuit court, throughout the state of Michigan and coast to coast, from the East Coast to West Coast and down to Alabama and Louisiana and Florida and wherever I was subpoenaed or requested to come in and to provide the interpretations that may be needed.
All right. Your Honor, I submit at this point that Dr. Dragovich is to be certified as an expert in the fields of neuropathology and forensic pathology.
Mr. Truman, Ms. Acorn, do you wish to engage in voir dire of the proposed expert witness?
No, Your Honor, we accept him as an expert.
All right, Dr. Dragovich is considered an expert in the fields of forensic pathology and neuropathology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Dr. Dragovich, did you prepare a report for this court in the case of the state of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. I would like to submit this report as an exhibit and whatever defendant's last number is.
It'll be defendant's exhibit number 11, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I didn't remember.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Now, Dr. Dragovich, because of the wonders of technology, I cannot hand you this report, but do you have a copy of the report you submitted? At the top, it's identified in the top as Oakland County, Michigan. And there's various information there, including your name and Chief of Forensic Pathology. It's dated January 6th of 2025. And do you have that report, which numbers 3 pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask you questions related to this report. All right?
That's fine.
I want to set this here so I don't forget it. Now, on page 1 of that report, and if you would, follow along with me. At the bottom, it has a section called Materials Reviewed. Would you please tell this court what materials you reviewed in preparation for this report and your testimony?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Number one would be Heredity General Hospital records regarding Michael Cochran. Number 2 would be Charleston Area Medical Center records regarding Michael Cochran. Number 3 would be a report of the postmortem examination, case number WD-2019-3671. Michael Cochran, deceased, issued by Piotr Kubicek, MD, on September 3rd, 2019. Number 4, the RC photograph. Number 5 would be report the re-examination and examination of the remains of Michael Cochran, deceased, performed by Dr. Paul S. Duriga, MD, on July 11th, 2023. And then medical report of Diane R. Krieger, MD, based on record review issued on April 13, 2023.
Do you believe that the totality of those records informs you enough to make an informed decision and to give your opinion and testimony here today in this case?
Yes.
On page 2 of your report,
Yes, sir.
you have a section titled Brief Case Synopsis and Issues to be Addressed. Would you give a brief synopsis of this case as you understand it and the issues you were to address?
Well, this is an unfortunate death of a 38-year-old man who was a bodybuilding enthusiast, and based on the information, that took an excessive amount of clomiphene sulfate supplements that he purchased in Mexico. Subsequently developed seizures, and that same day, which was February 6, 2019, as indicated, and lost consciousness or lost his balance and struck his head during a fall at home. Then became.
Let me stop you right there.
Yes, sir.
Did this information about the circumstances come from your review of the medical records?
This was the account provided throughout and matched with other accounts from the records and from the authorities as well, I believe.
Okay.
Because that was the statement provided by the spouse of Mrs. Cochran.
Right. But what I'm getting at is you have, strike that. That's sufficient. Thank you. Would you please go on with your synopsis?
was taken to a local medical center and emergency room, and subsequently where he was documented as suffering from hypoglycemia, and then he was taken to Charleston area medical center for continued treatment, but in the comatose state. And then because of the profound encephalopathy, he was transferred to hospice care and pronounced 5 days later, that is on February 11th of 2019.
What is encephalopathy?
Encephalopathy, its simple translation means suffering of the brain. And encephalopathy can be caused by various unfavorable factors that may negatively affect the brain function. So it might be lack of oxygen, it might be lack of glucose, might be traumatic encephalopathy where there is interference with adequate blood supply to the brain, or various toxic encephalopathies upon exposure to either poisonous gases or poisonous substances in so many different ways. There may be also endogenous encephalopathies from a person suffering of uric syndrome.
One moment. What's endogenous? Would you explain that to the jury?
Endogenous coming from within the body, from alien organs from within the body, which generally would happen as a result of liver failure and kidney failure or combination thereof.
Okay.
They can also come from various other endocrinopathies, meaning the diseases of endocrine system, diseases of the glands with internal secretion that control our metabolic functioning day to day in any of our bodies worldwide.
Can you state that encephalopathy has occurred in this case, Mr. Cochran's brain, from a physical examination of that brain?
Well, it would be based not on not so much on inquiry, but the fact that there is disturbance of consciousness, and that was the critical part that was documented throughout. That Mr. Cochran was first of all brought from one site, one hospital in semi-comatose state to another hospital where his unconsciousness.
Okay, so can I interrupt you there for just a moment? So it's a combination of your physical analysis of the body as well as his history, which is contained in the medical records. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, but primarily the fact that there was loss of consciousness and continuously occurring, deepening, and finally being complete, and leading to life support and hospice care.
Can a person have an anatomically normal brain and still have seizures?
Of course, the seizure activity is an abnormal electrical activity, and oftentimes in individuals who have cellular level problems or very localized problems with the brain tissue, there will be creation of abnormal electrical activity without necessarily identifiable focus physically. One examines the brain and does not reasonable substrate, as we call it, or change in the tissue to account for a occurrence of abnormal electrical activity that we refer to as seizure. However, in many other situations, that is possible and that can be clearly identified. So you can go either way depending on each and individual case. Every single individual on this planet is slightly different than anybody else, and one cannot generate some statistical projection about one person vis-a-vis the other person until there is complete examination and a full assessment, full examination of this person's brain.
Okay, now I have another question at this time. Can a person suffer a brain injury without external signs of injury? For instance, can a person lose consciousness, fall to the ground and not have an actual observable injury on the outside of their skull?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. Now, in this case, Mr. Cochran had seizures. That's documented in all the records, correct?
Yes, sir.
From your review of everything in this case, could Mr. Cochran have had seizures due to unknown medications or body enhancement drugs in his system?
Of course, it's possible. If there are quite a few drugs that can create compromised brain function and actually start the abnormal electrical activity.
Okay. You talk about in almost the middle of page 2, you say that there were vague circumstances that triggered the investigation into Mr. Cochran's death, exhumation, and autopsy in September 3rd, 2019, the first autopsy. Could you explain or elaborate on what you mean by the vague circumstances?
Well, there was somehow generated a suspicion that the demise of Mr. Cochran was not what was represented at the time of his demise, and then the investigation was opened up, carried out, and ended up with an exhumation of the remains.
Okay, now, the first exhumation was done September 3rd of 2019.
Correct.
Mr. Cochran passed away, I believe it was somewhere around February. Sorry, do you remember the date that he passed away?
Yeah, Big 11th, yes.
Okay, February 11th of 2019, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So the first autopsy was done 7 months after Michael Cochran's death. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this autopsy was done by Dr. Kubitschek, who was the West Virginia medical examiner. Did you
Yes, sir.
review Dr. Kubitschek's report of the autopsy and exhumation?
I did.
Was Dr. Kubitschek's ultimate findings and conclusion that the autopsy findings themselves were inconclusive and the cause of death was undetermined and the manner of death was undeterminable?
Yes, sir.
What is the cause of death?
The cause of death is anatomical finding in the body or on the body that explains why a particular individual died. This may be the finding of an infarct, a finding of blockage of the major blood vessel or the coronary blood vessel, major bleed in the brain, tumor with metastases that stops the vital function of the body, a wound by firearm, wounds by sharp force, injuries by blunt force like 2x4 used to hit someone's head, and et cetera, et cetera. So a demonstrable, understandable autopsy finding, anatomical finding within the body or on the body of a particular person.
So, is it your job as a forensic pathologist to look for the anatomical evidence of why someone dies, the cause of death? Is that your function? One of them.
Yes, it is. That's the basic function, and it is in the most statutes throughout the union. It calls for a forensic pathologist or medical examiner or coroner to establish the cause of death based on such endeavor.
Just as an aside, what exactly is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a public pathologist. Word forensic comes from Latin word for, which is a place of public gathering, and in such way it depicts a forensic pathologist, whether a man or a woman working in that capacity on behalf of the public and being called upon to interpret any such finding for the benefit of the public, like in a court of law or in the media or any place where such need exists.
So there's some degree of interpretation in this, which is based on your medical knowledge. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
What is the manner of death? What does that term mean?
Manner of death is how death came upon a person, meaning the physical circumstances combined with those findings on the body or within the body. And there are worldwide 5 categories of manner of death. There's a natural death, where there are causes from within the body that result in someone's death. Then there is homicide, where there is death resulting from a purposeful act of another person first. Then there is a very narrow category of suicide, where death is the result of purposeful act by self and self only. If anyone else is involved, it's a homicide again. Then there is accident as a category of death, where is the result of untoward effects of someone's act or action, acts of nature, floods, fires, earthquakes, tornadoes, or a person driving a car at a high rate of speed and impacting another vehicle, causing death, or striking a pedestrian somewhere where death results as an untoward effect of death.
Untoward effect of what? You kind of faded out there.
I didn't hear you, sir.
You said an untoward effect of something, and what did you say? You kind of wrote it out there.
Untoward, the unpredictable, untoward effect that cannot be interfered with or something along those lines. So, like I said, these are something that for the most part, the result of basically the unwilling or unwanted result of someone's act or action.
Okay. Now,
And there is also a last category that provides the opportunity for forensic pathologists to say that they don't know, and that's the undeterminable manner of death.
so undeterminable means they've looked at everything, they can't come to a conclusive determination of the manner of death, so that's called undeterminable, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you may have covered this in your explanation, but as to manner of death, it's how death comes upon a person, including the physical circumstances surrounding that death. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
I want to concentrate on the term homicide. Okay?
Okay.
Would it be a true statement that in determining homicide, which is one of those categories that talk about the manner of death, that homicide, if that's a forensic pathologist's conclusion, it has to be demonstrated by their findings, not assumed? Would that be a correct statement?
Yes.
And when I say demonstrated, that is the actual physical findings, and that's the only possible conclusion. Would that be true?
Yes, sir.
I believe towards the bottom of your page, you're talking about Michael Cochran's nervous system. Okay? And you talk about, and this information came from Dr. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. That information that you described was from the first autopsy done by Dr. Kubitschek. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you summarize or describe your description there, or Dr. Kubitschek's description in layman's terms, so we can understand it. I'm not sophisticated enough to actually understand all of these terms. Can you dummy it down for me?
We are talking about the brain of Mr. Cochran at the time of autopsy, the first autopsy, after the first exhumation, and the report says that everything is fine, that the hard covering of the brain are intact, and the soft coverings are thin and delicate, and cerebral hemispheres are symmetrical, meaning that the parts of the brain are fine. The description basically is referencing the standard appearance of a normal brain when it is taken out of the cranial wall.
Okay.
However,
I want to ask you specific questions on that. Okay?
yes,
Dr. Kubitschek essentially says that Michael Cochran's brain on autopsy was normal. Do you agree or disagree with that?
well, I have to disagree with that because this was a decomposed brain. We know it was decomposed brain by the photographs that were provided from that examination.
Okay,
So-
and I want to ask a specific question there.
Yes, sir.
A person's brain on autopsy after death, and after 7 months of death and burial, what would you expect that person's brain to be? And by that, does the decomposition affect the brain so it shrinks?
A decomposition means falling apart. The tissue is disintegrating. The tissue is breaking up completely. So the brain itself gets fluidity and falls apart. So it is not the same as when it's freshly removed from someone's a cranial wall, someone that has passed away within hours prior to that or within a couple of days prior to
Okay, now I want to ask you a question there. Would a decomposed brain that's falling apart, would that be expected to weigh less than a normal brain?
Well, probably it will, and it's relatively low to mid brain weight. I cannot say specifically on the account of the documented brain weight, but it has the tendency to decrease the actual brain weight and to blur the distinction between the gray matter and the white matter of the brain, which would be the areas to look for any changes in a history like this, in this particular case.
Okay, now. It was documented in the medical records that Michael Cochran had, I'll call it an enlarged brain. Do you recall that?
Yes. Swollen brain.
Swollen, expanded.
Yes.
Would these results that Michael Cochran's brain appeared essentially normal, even though it had decomposed over 7 months, would that be likely to confirm that he had an enlarged brain or swollen brain prior to death?
Well,
Would it be an
we
indicator?
cannot.
Would it be an indicator?
it's not a situation where you can make an inference from the decomposing brain about something that is being reported, objectively documented by radiographic imaging.
Okay,
we-
all right, so you can't really make that determination based just on the post-mortem autopsy. Wouldn't that be correct?
Well, it's not on this post-mortem examination.
That's what I'm getting at. This post-mortem autopsy.
Of course not, because of the inevitable change, the breakdown of tissue throughout the human body over a period of 7 months.
Okay. Is the timeliness of an autopsy important in conducting your medico-legal investigation of someone's death?
Yes, sir. It is of critical importance.
Okay. Would it be a fair statement that in Michael Cochran, his body, which was examined 7 months after death, was too decomposed to rule out important anatomic findings such as infection, pancreatic tumors, and in doing a complete toxicology report? Is that a fair statement? It's too decomposed for those things.
Well, it has to be, the answer has to be slightly modified. Decomposition definitely creates a serious impediment. However, sometimes one can find presence of a tumor because tumor tissue is not sometimes as conducive to falling apart as the rest of the normal tissue. So there are exceptions all the way, but as a general proposition, the decomposition of the remains is a major impediment for adequate diagnostic findings.
And in this particular autopsy of Mr. Cochran, the decomposition made it pretty much impossible to determine if he had such things as pancreatic tumors. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, it would be a fair statement, and I concur there with the conclusion of the doctors that performed the autopsy, the first autopsy at the time.
And is it true that the pancreas, under normal circumstances, provides the body with insulin?
Yes, it's specific parts of the pancreas. The islet provides beta cells from the pancreatic islet provide insulin for the general functioning of the body.
Now, if a person has pancreatic tumors, that affects their production of insulin. Is that a true statement?
Well, different tumors of pancreas give different, basically different effects. There may be a tumor of the islet cells, like that we refer to as insulinoma, that can provide large amounts of or abnormal amounts of insulin to the body. Now, there may be cancer of the head of the pancreas that may break down the pancreas completely and cause pancreatic necrosis as well throughout. I mean, there are all kinds of variable possibilities. I
want to concentrate on this particular analysis of Mr. Cochran's pancreas post-mortem. Now, as a general proposition, insulin controls the body's blood sugar levels. Is that true?
Yes.
Would you explain what hypoglycemia is?
Hypoglycemia means, in translation, low circulating sugar in blood.
Okay. So some sort of pancreatic disorder in a normal person produces insulin, which controls the blood sugar. And if the blood sugar in the body is low, isn't that a definition of hypoglycemia, HYPO?
Yes.
And is it also true that when a person dies and decomposition sets in, that the pancreas, being an organ, an internal organ, is one of the first things to decompose?
Well, yes, because pancreas is also a very active exocrine gland producing procteolytic enzymes. And when the circulation stops, those cells break down and those enzymes leach out, and there is rapid autolysis and decomposition of pancreatic tissue.
Okay. And as a general proposition, internal organs, of which the pancreas is one, are the first things to break down or decompose post-mortem.
Well, it depends on the rate of preservation due to the ambient temperatures and other factors. But if you're looking at something that, like in this case, this will be the likely pattern of relatively progressive decomposition or internal organs and tissues primarily, and by that meaning the internal organs, and then ultimately what is left of the skin and subcutaneous tissue, and then the bony skeleton, because that lasts the most.
Okay, so internal organs break down first, then the external skin, things like that, and then last is the skeletal system. Is all of that correct? Okay. Did Dr. Kubice, in his report, mention anything about embalming?
No.
I want to kind of switch gears here and go into a discussion of Dr. Uribe's findings and his report. And you address those at the bottom of page 2. All right?
Yes.
Now, Dr. Uribe's exhuming of Michael's body and his subsequent report is based on the exhumed remains of Michael, which took place July 11, 2023, about 4 years after Michael's death. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you comment on the greater or lesser extent of Michael Cochran's body? Was it more decomposed, less decomposed, or the same as when Dr. Kubitschek did his examination?
Well, certainly the decomposition progressed, and one would expect it to progress over so many years. And I believe that good Dr. Uribe said that the samples of decomposed human tissues cannot yield any reliable analysis.
Okay. So there was less to work with, less to examine in terms of toxicology, things like that, than there was about 3 years before when Dr. Kubitschek did his examination. Exactly.
Well, I would say that there was nothing good, no good information coming from Dr. Kubitschek, and there could not have been any better coming from the second examination and autopsy that Dr. Uribe did.
Would it be a fair statement that when Dr. Uribe conducted his examination and findings, Michael Cochran's body was too decomposed to rule out important anatomic findings? Again, of infection, pancreatic tumors, and doing a complete toxicology.
Yes.
Dr. Uribe goes through his examinations, his reports, his reliance on other reports, especially Dr. Krieger's. And he comes up with Michael Cochran's death was a homicide. Can you comment on that?
Well,
Let me ask you, first of all, according to your examination of everything, do you believe the evidence obtained through autopsies, reports, etc., would substantiate a finding of homicide as opposed to undetermined or undeterminable? Do you think Dr. Uribe was correct, or do you think Dr. Kubitschek was correct?
I sincerely believe that Dr. Kubitschek was more correct because he did provide the objective assessment and provided also the delimitation of forensic pathologist capacity to make a determination on the basis of nothing. I think Dr. Uribe tried to marry the report with, again, negative findings, completely negative findings from both autopsies, and it made a claim of he might have believed what he said. However, for every such belief, there ought to be a factual evidentiary substantiation.
Okay,
In order to-
let me stop you right there. So, any manner and cause of death has to be substantiated by what? What did you say? objective,
course.
objective clinical findings, correct?
Anatomical findings,
Okay,
because we're talking of the autopsies here.
all right.
So, objective, demonstrable anatomical findings that are tangible and understandable to everyone, leaving no doubt.
Do you believe that Dr. Uribe's opinion that the manner and cause of death are substantiated and resulted in a homicide? Do you believe those findings, those ultimate findings in Dr. Uribe's report are based more on assumptions than the objective findings that you talked about?
I believe that there are no objective findings to substantiate Dr. Uribe's determination. That his opinion is an attempt to bridge the gap of the unknown, and that bridge has to be created properly so that there is complete responsible understanding of everyone that is to use such a report.
Is Dr. Uribe's report and opinion based on acceptable anatomic and toxicological findings?
No.
So it would be your statement that Dr. Uribe's findings as to Michael's death being a homicide, quote unquote, was not based on actual anatomic and toxicologic findings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In the middle of the page, you discuss Dr. Krieger's report. And her investigation, reasoning, etc., resulted in her finding that Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia, in her opinion, was due to insulin administration, and she classifies that as a strong possibility. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Does the basic medico-legal requirements, do they require accurate determinations of the cause and manner of death that are not based on a definite maybe, as Dr. Krieger states, but rather on a threshold beyond reasonable doubt? Isn't that the correct standard in this report?
Well, it is, because we're talking about death investigation, and also the discrepancy is, as I pointed out, Dr. Krieger is a phenomenal clinician, but Dr. Krieger is not burdened by the duty to define the cause and the manner of death. So the option that she provided is, in all fairness, a good suggestion for furthering of the investigation, but the buck stops with forensic pathology, and the person has to provide to the public textual evidence as far as the cause of death and textual evidence about the manner of death. Because the administration of insulin being a strong possibility can come as a result of self-administration, administration by someone else, and then administration by self for the purpose of other things like bodybuilding and other combination of various substances, and resulting in accidental outcomes. And
her report doesn't include who might have injected this insulin, when it occurred, or how it occurred. Would that be a fair statement?
It's a fair statement, but we have to understand that Dr. Krieger is not in the business of examining dead bodies.
Okay. On page 3, there's a paragraph that begins, when classifying the manner of death as a homicide, you state one has a professional obligation to substantiate that determination by reasonable, tangible evidence as someone's purposeful act. Would you explain the rest of that paragraph and your findings?
Well, you know, there has to be evidence about anything, and then that evidence has to be interpreted in a reasonable manner for everyone to understand. For example, it's very simple to say, well, gunshot wounds was the cause of death, and someone discharging the purposefully, obviously, that's a purposeful act of firearm, caused it. Then you have a reasonable conclusion of the homicide and a reasonable demonstrable evidence. If someone takes a 2x4 and dashes someone's head and they die, then you have blunt force head trauma caused by 2x4, as obviously a demonstrable purposeful act because someone bashed someone's head. Or if someone had a knife and stabbed someone, thrusted the knife into someone's body once or multiple times, that's a purposeful act. If the individual dies of bleeding caused by that sharp force injury, it's very simple and demonstrable. But in a case like this, there is no information about all those critical circumstances. And one cannot make a certainty about the claim that there was injection, was it self-injection on to render someone dead, or self-injection to render someone more powerful, build up the greater muscle, or something like that, which first would be a suicide, second would be an accident, or injection by someone else, about what we don't have any evidence that would be a homicide. And if we have to be certain about that before we issue a reasonable, congruent forensic opinion. And forensic opinion is a critical document that can provide the basis for further legal action or for no further legal action.
So in summary, do you believe Dr. Uribe's conclusion that Michael Cochran's death was a homicide is the correct conclusion?
If it cannot be substantiated, and he could not substantiate it by physical evidence, then it's not correct. And it is under a grave degree of doubt.
Okay. So you agree with Dr. Kubitschek that the correct findings and conclusion is that the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death is undetermined and undeterminable. Would that be a fair statement?
At this point, yes. At the point of exhumation performed 7 months later, as they did at the time. I don't know what the results might have been had the autopsy been performed a day or two after his demise.
But as we sit here today, after reviewing everything, do you believe Michael Cochran's death was the manner and cause were undetermined and undetermined?
Yes, sir.
Just as an aside, now your report is coming about 5 years after Michael Cochran's death. Would it have made any difference or been any benefit to exhume Michael Cochran's body a third time after all this passage of time so that you could personally conduct an autopsy? Would that have been of any benefit at all?
If I believed such a thing, I would have brought it up a long time ago whenever you called me to ask me to look at this case. But I don't think that would be just a waste of resources for no good purpose, no valid purpose.
So that wouldn't change any of your findings that you've testified to today? Would that be good?
That is correct.
Have all of your findings and the testimony you've given here today, do they meet the standard of others in your profession?
I firmly believe so.
They're to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If there were questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take our mid-morning break at this time. Members of the jury, we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
I think I can expand the. There we go. I expanded the layout just temporarily before Kai
I
tells me.
did not actually move for the admission of
Showing models that I
Dr.
made.
Dragovich's report. I would like to move for.
This
his
has got to be
admission
one of
of
the
this
biggest models I've
Any
made.
objection?
No
I
objection.
think I've talked
All
about
right,
this earlier, but
defendant's number 11 will be admitted into evidence.
painting red dots
Doctor,
on
we're
this
taking
thing
a
was
10-minute break,
very
and you're
difficult.
welcome to take a break too and to wander away from the camera.
Yes.
Just be back if you would in 10
So
minutes.
this is what's called a Wraith Knight,
You're welcome.
which is a Titanic model, which is not played very regularly, but I decided to make one anyway because I just wanted to. Yeah, he is scary, and a couple of friends don't want me to play it, but I would like to play it one day eventually. Yes, actually, painting the red dots on this thing took me about 3 hours. I actually did it in one of Katya's streams. Yeah, so I've actually got to paint twice. So I've got to paint a darker color before I paint the blue color, as you can see on one of the legs when I get. So I've got to paint the blue on top of this color. So yes, it takes quite a long time to paint. This is another model. I'm trying to get it into focus. So this is what's called a Spirit Seer. It has very different abilities to the Wraith Knight. He's a cheaper unit. So they are all acrylic based paints. You can get 2 different types. You can get contrast and you can get the layered paints. Yes. So on a website called Cults, they tend to do different poses for the different units, which Games Workshop has started to do these action type poses. Oh, nice. You'll have to send me a couple of pictures, Toxic, and I can appreciate it. Yes, they are expensive. You might want to make him get like a little mini job for himself to pay for them, because it costs a fortune for me to pay for them as well. Yeah, Games Workshop has started doing the different poses and whatnot. But it definitely does not make it any more expensive. Yeah, Katya's going to be back in about 10-15 minutes, probably for the start of the next segment. Just trying to read the comments. Tamiya model paint. I haven't heard of that type of paint. The one I use is called Citadel because it covers really nicely. I haven't tried many other paints because that's what my friends have recommended, but I am going to look at it. So thank you for the recommendation. I'm going to put it in my phone so don't forget. Tamiya. Nice. It looks great. My only problem would be getting it cheap enough and where I would get it from, because I imagine I would have to order it online. There's quite a different variation of model paints. Whoa. Yeah, you're gonna have to show me. I would like to use an airbrush paint, primarily because it does a smoother finish, but considering I can't afford it at the moment, my wife would kill me if I got it. Yes, I do need to get an airbrush because I paint quite a lot. I will come back and show you just how much I actually paint. So, actually, that's cute. That's the noise. But these are all filled with various different types of models. Yes, I think any type of hobby that involves painting or assembling or doing that, it is going to be expensive. Well, yeah, I've got to have everything protected because resin it's not crazy delicate, but it's still delicate. If you knock it, you will break it, as Katya did the other day. She brushed up against this Titanic model and broke it in 3 places. I was crying. Yeah, I would love a compressor. Katya needs a timeout. I think we get on each other's nerves just the same, really. What is there no evidence of, Katya? Yes, I think in a way, yeah. It just in my mind is weird how the examiner wanted to examine it after the. Well, I guess he had to, in a way. And the fact that it was so late, how did that happen? And there's also the fact that he won't be able to discern anything of reasonable note apart from stuff that probably would have occurred naturally. Yeah, I was once setting up a load of models in the bedroom, and Katya wanted to be beside me. So she decided to plonk herself on the other side, and she kicked about 10 of my models, not sat on, stood on a few of them. So, yeah. I can imagine it happens a lot. But I would love to see some of those models. Oh, I've got loads of stories. oh. Aliens. Was it from Alien versus Predator by any chance? Because I know those models are quite big. I wouldn't like those models personally. Yes. So in the 40k universe, you have smaller units called infantry. Have printed a lot of those because in a resin printer you can print about 5 to 7 small models on one print plate. So it basically dips itself into a vat of resin and it cures on the bottom and peels and lifts up. And Katya's home because my phone just buzzed. No more stories. Oh, I'm going to have to think of one before she comes in. I would like to, apart from the fact that because I'm so messy with the resin and I'm often quite rushed, resin tends to set on the printer. So it looks incredibly messy. I go over all my friends' houses and their printers are just immaculate. So it is very annoying. Well, Katya can't get in because the door's broken. So she's working on it. I better let her in. This could be a problem. Give me a sec. Yeah, I got told off.
Yeah.
Let's see whether this is playing. I only stopped it for a couple of seconds. No, she hasn't hurt herself yet. So yeah, I can usually print off a couple of these little guys. Actually, I'll go on full screen. So I can print off about 7 of those on a plate. And it's so small, so it's very hard to paint them. Yeah, it's been a job to fix. I just need some super glue and some what do you call it? Some matchsticks. So that's all it needs. Cat is just calming herself down. She's out of breath.
The camera. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Hello. I'm a little bit. Hang on. There is a second thing happening. Hang on, 1 second. Need to. Whew, to sort things out. I mean, thank you very much, Nightbot. I really appreciate your help and doing this for us. Uh, I did listen to some of it in the bus because I had to take the bus, which because I was not gonna drive to the city, the courthouses and to do this. I was not gonna drive because it would be I would be way more stressed than I already was going by bus, and I would definitely lose myself about 500 more times than I actually did. So yeah, I don't think I missed much. I will probably have to go back to just listening to everyone again. You can still see Nightbot in the background, but we're just getting back to our normal selves. Oh, camera changed. Hey, I am here. Thank you very much for the patience that you guys have put up with us and this continuous turning off the camera now. We do really apologize. Court is just about to come back. I might have to turn the camera.
Are there any
probably
matters
one
that we
more
need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
and then we came back to normal, guys. I just need a cup of tea.
Anything from the
I
state?
desperately need one.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All
Truly
right,
British.
bring in the jury. You're still with us, Dr. Dragovich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
this. We'll discuss it after.
Very well. We continue now with cross-examination from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dragovic, can you see me and hear me okay?
I can hear you,
Okay.
sir.
In your report, you stated that Michael took an excessive amount of enclomiphene citrate. Is that right?
I couldn't hear this part. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay. In your report, you stated that Michael Cochran took an excessive amount of enclomiphene citrate. Is that correct?
yes.
Where did that information come from?
From the material that I reviewed. I believe that was the account that was provided by his spouse.
Okay. Were you aware that that substance was tested by the FBI?
Again, it's something I've learned. Was I aware of what?
That substance had been tested by the FBI?
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. That hasn't been established yet. There's no reference to what substance, how it was achieved, anything about the specifics.
Your Honor, that has been established. It has been brought into evidence already with both of the FBI gentlemen that testified here. And you heard Lieutenant Bledsoe testify that he received that bottle from Donna Bolt, who advised that she received it from the defendant.
Objections overruled. Pose the question again so that the witness can hear.
Dr. Dragovic, were you aware that the bottle of eclomiphene citrate provided by the defendant was tested by the FBI?
No,
So you were not aware that that bottle was actually found to contain letrozole and not enclomiphene citrate?
no. Yes,
Your Honor,
that's correct. That's correct. I do not know.
In
May we
your
approach the bench, Your Honor?
All right.
All right, I got here and they go on sidebar. I think it might be something telling me that they don't like me. That's like I think they're gonna go to the judges and say, Judge, Your Honor, TCA is back in the thing, and they are gonna go back. And hello, case one. I am the true crime addict. The other one was Nightbot, one of our lovely mods and my partner. I was in court today. I am from the UK. I was in a UK court, which I will talk about it. Hopefully, if we have enough time during lunch break. I mean, I can talk about this morning this experience for the whole eternity. I absolutely loved it. I had so much fun, and it obviously I compared it a lot to what I know from the American court system and to the American law, and what I experienced, it was something else. It was amazing. Definitely gonna go back again another day with another case that I will probably research in terms of UK. So to give you the experience and the side of this, so which is absolutely amazing. I mean, I was stupefied for a couple of things that actually happened. I can't wait to tell you guys and to show you all the pictures. And I wasn't able to do any videos or anything inside of the courtroom, the exactly courtroom. did took a sneaky picture that we are not going to talk to about to anyone. And but they said that I was able to do recordings of the session, but I was not able to share it with no one. So what am I going to do is we can talk about my experience from what I can remember today, and I am hoping that if court ends at a reasonable time today, I will be doing a video with it, and I will try to say things of from the recordings that I was able to do, because I went for one specific case for sentencing for a specific case that happened near where I lived, but I end up hearing the whole morning of court and a little bit of the afternoon, because guess what? In typical fashion, when we started this morning, there was a verdict watch. There was a deliberation. So I watched, I don't want to give too many spoilers. We'll be talking a lot about this, but I got there and the judge started, okay, we are going to do closings and then jury instructions. And then the jury was going to go to deliberations. So, oh my days, it was amazing. It was gorgeous. It was awesome. I was in awe of all. Everybody was so helpful. All the, well, we call solicitors, lawyers were very helpful. The judge was very helpful. I caught the judge on a lunch break. She was having lunch in a, in a canteen where everybody else has lunch, and I was sitting there and she was asking me what I was doing, a member of the public, and I told her about my interest in true crime, and she was like, oh, that is really good. She is very on the side of the UK government to start live streaming courts and sentencing, like do more than we actually do at the moment. So we got to talk about that. And it was like, I was gonna ask her if she wanted an interview, but I got shy. Yes, I got shy. I get shy. I know it's not very possible that I don't get shy, but I did. So it was so cool. I mean, I look like a kid hopped on sweets, which is probably not untrue because I do have sweets. I could not resist. I look like a kid on Christmas Day. It was amazing. It was the best experience. I got to talk to as well to the family of the guy that was. Sorry, my cup of tea is here, and I got to talk to the family of the guy that was on trial that we had at the verdict today, and the verdict, the deliberations, and everything. I got to talk to them a little bit, and they were even asking, "It's like, are you a member of the press?" I was like, "No, no, I am not a member of the press. I'm just I came for a specific sentence, and but now this trial as well, the end of the trial and the jury, and I got." The bug, and I wanted to see the outcome, even though I did not caught the case at all. But I heard from the closings and from the jury instructions that it was one of a case. So I'll still tell you, like, I'll try to tell you all about at lunch break, and then I'm gonna try to do as well the video that talks more about it, probably more in depth. But I do need to listen to the recordings. I need to record and everything. So maybe, hopefully, either later today is gonna be up, or the latest tomorrow the video is gonna yeah, I know. I know. It's like, I know the worst that she could have said it would be saying no and everything, but I got shy and I got nervous. I know I don't look like someone that gets nervous or shy, but yeah, I do. But yeah, but it was amazing. I mean, I would definitely do this again. I am for sure doing this again. It wasn't a great experience. So yeah, I know. Court is, I think they are coming back now. So I will shut up. Yay! You guys probably already sick of listening to me, and it's been like, what, 10 minutes? Not even that. uh,
Certainly.
well, it looks like court is not doing much and they're talking to each other. Sorry, I was looking for Nightbot's phone because obviously he lost it. He's always losing the phone. I don't know what he does with the phone because he's always losing it. But yeah, what brand, like for example, Nightbot drinks Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Otherwise we use another, there's, I think it's Percol from Costco, or there is a Portuguese brand that I do have as well. I have that one as well. I think Nightbot, I think it might be going grabbing so I can show you guys. And yeah, so that is the coffee that we, yeah, I think he does need the
All
strap.
right, let's continue
oh,
now, please, Ms.
Court is
Acorn.
gonna resume. I'll show you the things of the coffee and the camera in a second.
Dr. Dragovich, in your review of the records, did you see any evidence that indicated letrozole or even enclomiphene citrate overdose or usage?
Not that I remember, no, ma'am.
And where did you get the information that Michael had a seizure?
From the hospital, right?
Do you know where that initially came from in your review of the records?
Well, it would be also from the account that the file was provided at the time of the bishop's.
And were you aware of any seizures being observed in the hospital setting?
It seems to me that there were some, but I don't remember specifically every page from the medical records.
That's okay, I understand. It was a lot of records. Did anything in the medical records substantiate that Michael had a seizure that you recall?
Again, I don't have the materials in front of me, so I can't recall specifically. There was multiplied reference of encephalopathy, but it seems to me that there were references to seizures, either as historical, being presented at the time, or happening there. But I cannot. It's all blurred now in my mind. I'm sorry.
Okay. In your report, you stated that there was evidence that Michael had a head injury. Is that right?
Yes, that was also from the account upon arrival to the hospital.
Was there any evidence that you recall in the actual medical records that indicate that a traumatic head injury had occurred?
No, that was not addressed in the medical record.
And in your report, you also stated that the defendant was the one who took the deceased to the hospital. Would it surprise you to know that that was not accurate based on the testimony we've heard?
I lost the couple of words there. You got blurred. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
Sure. In your report, you stated that the defendant was actually the one who took Michael Cochran to the hospital. Do you recall that? I think we might be having some connectivity issues, Judge.
Are you having difficulty hearing the question, Doctor?
No. I'm looking at my second page there, and yes, that was my impression that Natalie Cochran brought him to Raleigh General Hospital, emergency room.
Would it surprise you to know, Doctor, that based on the evidence we've received, the defendant actually allowed Mr. Cochran to lay on the couch for 7 to 8 hours, and a friend actually transported him to the hospital later that day?
That may be the case. I mean, I was not there. I only put what I read was the information I had in order to kind of gain what was happening at a time.
we'll go back into the medical records. Your report indicates that Mr. Cochran's initial blood glucose at Raleigh General was 76, followed by a next reading of 24. Is that right?
Yes.
However, the evidence actually indicates that the initial blood glucose on arrival was 21. So where in the records did you locate that information?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I know for the fact that there were references to low blood glucose. And what particular level was at the time of particular hospitalization, I cannot recall now.
Doctor, did you review the MRI of Michael Cochran's brain that was obtained at CAMC on 2/8/19?
No, but I read the report and there was evidence of encephalopathy there.
In that report, isn't it true that the diagnosis was actually diffuse hypoglycemic encephalopathy?
Yes, that was written in, yes.
And what does that indicate to you, doctor?
I'm sorry?
What does that indicate to you, that diagnosis?
And diagnosis indicates that there is a hypoglycemic encephalopathy, and that's the point of organization of trying to treat the condition and also to find out why and how this encephalopathy occurred.
Doctor, in your professional opinion, is a blood glucose of 21 compatible with life?
It may or may not be, depending on how fast one reacts to correcting its level of circulating glucose.
And just very briefly, was it your testimony that, just so I understand, that tumor tissue would decompose more slowly than normal organ tissue?
Well, certain tumor tissues that are so-called solid tumors in certain tissues and organs of the body may be undergoing slower decomposition because they're harder than the surrounding quote-unquote normal tissue. So that can happen. And I've seen that in my practice pretty regularly. I've seen extremely decomposed body of an individual falling apart, and yet tumor nodules sticking out because they decompose slowly. It depends on the nature of the tumor.
Now, Dr. Uribe and Dr. Krieger were not given the benefit of reviewing one another's reports prior to creating their reports, but you were able to review both of their reports in creating yours. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were hired by the defense, is that correct?
I was contacted by defense. That's correct, yes. And they asked me to
It's not a trick question, doctor, I promise. I'm not trying to trip you up in any way. Were you compensated for generating a report in this matter, or will you be?
No, I was not. I am certainly not compensated for the time here because this is my taxpayer's time, and my government will send a bill to the lawyers for today. But I think I had about 14 to 16 hours of time put to this, so that was obviously my work after hours. So I will bill for that at my government rate, which is $250 per hour.
Now, when you were creating the report that you generated in this matter, did you initially provide defense counsel with a draft report?
I believe I sent a draft to see if there was anything else that needed to be added to it.
And did you make changes to your report based on commentary that you received?
Your Honor, please note an ongoing objection to this line of questioning.
Very well. It will be preserved.
I am not sure that I made much in a way, some typo errors because my secretary made some typographic errors, but there might have been something added. I will have to look back and try to compare that and give you the exact answer. But substantial changes, no, of course not.
Is it true that you were asked to go into more detail as to how Drs. Uribe and Dr. Krieger were wrong in that draft report?
No, let me explain something. I don't believe that I ever said anything about Dr. I don't want to butcher her name, Krieger. Dr. Krieger's report is clinically accurate report. I have no arguments with that report. Well, I have no arguments with Dr. Uribe except for his opinion. If Dr. Uribe, who is my colleague, presented any tangible evidence, I would have not have any opposing opinion. But you know, there wasn't anything, and a forensic pathologist is there to interpret evidence. If there is no evidence, there is nothing to interpret, man.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like this to be marked as the state's next exhibit.
It will be State's Exhibit number 32, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I would also move for the admission of States 32.
$32 is the draft.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any further objections?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a moment. I object to the admission of this exhibit.
All right, I'll admit it over the defense objections, and I'll preserve the defendant's objections.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dragovich, in your professional opinion, what killed Michael Cochran?
I don't know.
So you don't believe that the profound hypoglycemia or the swelling on his brain caused by the hypoglycemia contributed to his death in any way?
I'm going to object to the form of that question. There's no evidence that his hypoglycemia caused the swelling of his brain. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Your Honor, the diagnosis on that MRI is diffuse hypoglycemic encephalopathy.
I'll overrule the objection. You may continue. Ask the question again, Ms. Akron.
Dr. Dragovich, the question was, you do not believe that the decedent's profound hypoglycemia or the significant swelling on his brain caused by that hypoglycemia led to his death?
I would think that's one of the components, but why and how it happened and what the proximate causes are have not been defined whatsoever. So the autopsy did not reveal anything along the lines, and it did not show that on brain examination that there was anything but decomposition changes according to the autopsy report.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I have no further questions.
You're welcome, man.
Redirect, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I have just a moment?
Sure.
Your Honor, procedurally, I believe that I would like a continuing objection to the last state's exhibit, the alleged draft report. And I believe that there were questions as to whether Dr. Dragovich had received it, what information was exchanged, and Dr. Dragovich, at this point, has not seen this particular exhibit as entered by the state. I believe procedurally, he would have to see this exhibit before we proceed further on it.
Well, he referenced it in his testimony, and I've given you a running objection. I've preserved your exceptions, and I'll continue to do so.
All right, first of all, I would like to get the state's last exhibit.
All right, it should be up here with the clerk.
Dr. Dragovich, I'm going to ask you some questions on this last state's exhibit, which is stamped draft on it. Okay?
Okay.
And I admit that I prepared this, or you prepared this draft report. I received it and I made some notations on it. Given that, I'm going to go through these alleged changes. I circled your initial submission date of December 12th of 2024, and I asked you to change the date to January 6th of 2025 because that's when you submitted your final version of this report. Would you remember that, or does that seem correct to you?
Yeah, that seems correct, yes.
Okay. On the second page of this draft report, I circled a date that you had listed as February 16th, 2019, as the date when Michael Cochran's seizures first started around noon. I corrected that because that was an incorrect date. I notated that the correct date was not February 16th, but February 6th of 2019. Do you recall that?
Yeah, that was a typographic error on the part of my type here.
Okay.
They're trying to type up a load of record daily, and these things happen. So anything that's wrong tends to be corrected.
Okay. And I circled the word ALL and pointed out that was a typographical error. It should be FALL for fall, not all. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In one line, you're talking about some information that was relayed. You put your client, and I circled that and asked you to clarify it to Natalie Cochran. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. In the second paragraph on that page, I circled a representation in that report that Michael Cochran's suspicious circumstances of his death triggered an investigation that resulted in an exhumation and an autopsy, and you had 8 months. I corrected that to 7 months. Was that correction proper?
Yes, sir.
On the last page, in the third paragraph, you end that paragraph with the word infant. I circled that and put a notation to admit it. Michael Cochran was not an infant. Is that correct?
Yes, I was puzzled by that word, but I didn't want to go back to my secretary and criticize her for putting a word that didn't belong. But at the end of the sentence, I don't know, maybe she was citing several reports simultaneously, who knows?
Okay, and that correction, you said it was because your secretary maybe was in a hurry, whatever. That doesn't change the substance of your report at all, does it?
No, those are the typographic errors. They are, I suppose, inevitable when one does the work. Only people that don't do anything do not make any mistakes. Mistakes tend to be corrected. That's it.
Okay. And in the next to the last paragraph, you're talking about Dr. Krieger and Dr. Uribe's mischaracterization, or their findings are not credible or well reasoned. I simply made a notation in that paragraph and I asked, can you go into more detail as to how Doctors Uribe and Krieger are wrong? You did make that representation in your report earlier, did you not?
I did.
Okay, so am I asking you to change your report? Am I asking you to do anything that would affect your conclusions?
No, sir.
As to your eventual final report, do any of these changes affect your conclusions, the validity, anything in your reasoning?
Absolutely not, sir.
All right.
You were not present when there was witness testimony or Drs. Uribe and Dr. Krieger gave their testimony. You didn't hear any of that testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. There were some questions directed about the enclophamine vial. I submit that enclophamine vial was given to the FBI by Michael Cochran's mother, Donna. Does that information change anything in your report or cause you any concern about your conclusions?
No.
And it's true, is it not, that Michael Cochran's medical records contain previous seizures that occurred in October 31st through the first week or two in November. That's documented in the medical records, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And I believe there was some mischaracterization about Natalie Cochran driving Michael to the hospital and some misrepresentations about that. The testament.
To characterizing the prosecution's questions as mischaracterization and misrepresentation.
Sustained.
The previous testimony that in this case shows that although Natalie Cochran herself didn't drive the car to the hospital, she was in the car with Michael, with other people, when Michael was taken to the hospital. Would that information change anything in your report and your conclusions at all?
No, sir.
One moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Drakovich, there were some questions by the prosecution about who hired you, who's paying your bills, etc. Would it interest you to know that Natalie Cochran's representation is court appointed and the state of West Virginia would be paying any of your billings? Do you understand that?
I did not know the particulars. There's no difference whatsoever. As I said, in criminal cases, I apply for my time after hours, my government rate. My government rate is $2.50 per hour, and for this testimony, you'll be getting an invoice from my government for these several hours, and for the rest of the hours, I will be sending you the invoice for that same, based on that same rate.
Would any of the questions on cross-examination change your conclusion that the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death is undetermined and undeterminable?
No, sir.
And in answer to the prosecutor's question, what killed Michael Cochran? You simply stated you don't know. And all of that reasoning is in your report. Is that correct?
That is correct. And consequences are also correct in the medical records and in the radiographic images. But the cause and the manner are not and cannot be defined on the basis of that.
I have no more questions.
Anything further, Ms. Acorn?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason to hold Dr. Dragovich?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
No.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, come up, please.
I think the judge is gonna talk about lunchtime because I think he's gonna send them to lunch now at 11:30 and then come back at 12:30 to proceed with possibly Natalie might be next testifying because the word on the street is that she is gonna testify unless she changed her mind during the weekend that she could. I mean, we'll see, but yeah. So Natalie might be the next one. Just very, very quickly, I dropped the link for a new link tree. So where my plan is gonna share the spreadsheet that we are doing of the cases that we're following, and to do the at the end of the year or in about a few months to do the statistics, the analytics of true crime of our channel. And also there is the timeline that I have created over the weekend of the new trial that we are following straight after this one. So check it out if you want. If not, I will share the
Members
timeline.
of the jury, we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch break. If all goes well, your pizza will arrive a little bit before noon. So you'll have a few minutes to get ready for it. And this will not be cheap pizza. This will be top of the line pizza from Pasquale's for your enjoyment. And there will be several types of pizzas to accommodate your various tastes. So it will be along, and we will have the bailiff deliver it to you in your jury room as soon as it arrives. Just be patient if you would. We'll start up at maybe 15 till 1, and that'll give us some time to relax for lunch. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and you may go with the bailiff to your jury room. All right, are there any further matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Nothing on behalf of the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll start back up at 15 till 1.
All right, so court is on lunch break. I'm just trying to find the our banner thingy and just adjust the time. Give me 1 second. 12:45. So they're gonna come back in about an hour's time. So my plan was, because I was absent, and we can talk a little bit about my experience in court this morning. I know I was looking at online, and that pizza looks very good. But I agree with you, case one, that it's gonna be fancy pizza on a paper plate, and yeah, and definitely not gonna have a knife and fork. They're gonna have probably to eat with their hands. But now, the big event. Talking. I'm gonna probably be talking for the next hour. So just settle back in and hear me for an hour if you want. But I'm gonna talk just with you guys a little bit about my experience in court. I'm still gonna do the video about my experience in court, just try to make everyone more aware of how UK courts. I need to just to grab my phone notes about it. So if I'm looking down, it's because I'm looking at my notes that I've got on my phone about my experience. So now where are the notes? Oh, okay. So the day started with me going to I can always show off your models. We probably will do another stream nightbot for those models, no problem. I'll keep that in mind. So the day started with me taking the bus to where courts are in here is in Newcastle. It's a bit far away from where I live. I was not going to drive because it's expensive. You have to pay a charge to get into the city, and I was not going to do that. So I decided taking the bus. This reminds you, it's only my fourth time taking a bus in the UK since I've been here for the last 10 years. So not a very good start. I was talking to Nightbot on the phone, and then I got distracted and missed my bus stop. So that was the first thing that has happened this morning, which was awesome. So I missed the bus stop. I had to get out in this random place, and then I had to walk 15 minutes from the bus stop to the courthouse. And that was an interesting walk because I had to go by passage that goes by it's highway or the big viaduct. It's, I don't know. I took a video. I'll insert it on a video that will come out tomorrow, hopefully, about this. That it was crazy. Then on the way there, I got lost because SatNav was giving me the directions for a car. Last time I checked, I was not a car. So that was interesting. So then I had to change to pedestrian, and it took me another way, which took me slightly longer to get to court. I get to court, and there was a big line on to get in, because as soon as you are into the building, you have the security line. You have, like, you when you go through a court or airport, you have to go through security, obviously, to make sure that you don't have anything dodgy with you. So that happened. So I went through security, everything was fine, everything was perfect, and then I asked one of the members of staff, where is the courtroom number that I was going to go to. And he says, oh, it's on the third floor. And I was like, okay. I saw the stairs. I look at the lift elevator, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to take the elevator. And then there was this gentleman that I thought he was a lawyer, solicitor, as we call them here. But he ends up not being one. I'll tell you who he ends up being. So I asked him, are we allowed to take picture in court, record hearings, take notes? And he was like, oh, I don't know. It's my first time. It's my second time or whatever there. So he was not really aware. I was like, okay, maybe he's here for a hearing then. So I think that he's a defendant. How wrong was I? I was so wrong, guys. So I got up to the floor, and I'm waiting outside of the courtroom for more instructions. I see the courtroom clerk, and she is putting the notice up of the hearings that was going to be today. And I ask her a bunch of questions in terms of what is the courtroom decorum and what it is and everything, and if I could take notes on my phone because I forgot to take pen and paper. And she was like, "Oh, are you a member of the press?" I was like, "No, not yet. I'm still waiting on the hopefully applying for a media pass in the UK, because it's completely different how you do in the America." So she was like, "Oh, okay, because you are not a member of the press, you can't take any notes." I was like, oh, great. So I'm going to have to remember everything. That's going to be fun. So I was like, okay, that is fine. I need to really pay attention and just go for it. So we got in. But the interesting thing is, when you get into the courtroom, you have if the judge is on a bench, you have to do a bow to the judge every time you get in and you get out of the court. It's almost a mandatory thing for solicitors, defendants, members of the public, members of the press. They have to do a small bow to the judge, and we either call them Your Honor, we call them My Lady if it is a woman judge, or we call it My Lord if it is guys judge, a gentleman judge, a guy's judge. So that's the way you have to approach the court. And we call it not just court, we call it the crown court because it represents the king, the crown. It's a whole thing. In the video probably I will explain, or maybe I have to do a stream about the UK system, and I could do with a collaboration with a UK lawyer, solicitor that she used to practice, and she's also on YouTube. I keep forgetting her name. I need to research and to talk about that, which would be really awesome to kind of explain to you guys how the UK court systems start. So it is a bit weird. It was all some things were new, some things weren't, because watching court gives you a little bit of the experience, but it was really good. Another thing, so when the judge came in, we have all to rise because it to show respect to the court and everything. So we all rose. We all did the small bow to the judge, which was very weird to do, but you gotta respect the way that the court is, the court system. And then the judge was talking about the case, like called the case upon, and then what do I see? It was the and then the judge was like, now we're gonna listen to the closings arguments of the trial that started Friday. It was only a 2-day trial. The trial that started Friday, and then they were doing their closings today, and then the jury instructions, and then they went into deliberations. My days, my heart sank when the judge asked for the jury to come in, because guess what? The guy that I was speaking in the lift and in the elevator was a member of the jury. I could not believe when I saw him walking. I was like, oh no. I talked with them. Obviously, I did not talk about the case because I didn't even knew he was in a case or involved in a case. But I felt so guilty of something. Yes, they did wear wigs. Every solicitors and the judge, they have to wear the proper wigs. They have different wigs if you are a gentleman or if you are a woman. They do have different wigs that you have to. But even the law students that they were there in court, they have to wear all wigs, and they use a black robe with a white like necktie thing. I don't know what's called, but it was very interesting. So I am in a panic in my seat, thinking, oh my days, I just talked to a juror. Oh my days, what did I do? I was like, obviously I did not talk about the case, but your conscience like starts to alarm you, like you did something wrong. Or I if I could have found a hole in the floor, I would have hidden there, because I was so shameful, so embarrassed. Obviously, the jury, it did not say anything because we did not speak about the case. I didn't even know who he was or anything, but it was just weird how that happened. And I was like, oh my days, it was hilarious. And then they do the closings, which was very interesting. They was very soft spoken. They're not like this in the America. They are a little bit more, let's say, rowdy. But then the jury, the judge, sorry, the jury instructions that we are used to, they do have a limit though. In the UK, apparently they only have to do it, they have to do the jury instructions in 20 minutes. It cannot be more than that. Because that's like the judge was explain how the jury instructions worked and all the paperwork that they get to take. They did take notes. This case was one of the cases they did take notes. It was a DV case, which was a very sad case, but it was a wild case. Actually, I don't think it has been in the news, because during break I tried to Google the case, the name of the defendant, and then because I remembered of the name of the victim in the case, I tried to Google and couldn't find anything. But it was a DV case. In a simple way, they both got drunk, and then he went to bed I remember weird details. He went to bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then she went into the room and then jumped on the bed to try to wake him up. Both again were drunk, and then apparently he did not like that. And then sadly happened what happened. She survived the attack. She was there, but yeah, they had a son, a kids involved, and everything. Sadly, it was a very sad case. And then that happened. They did the jury instructions. The jury went to deliberate, and then the judge said something shocking. Which was very, you know how in America they deliberate for how long they deliberate, right? There is not really a limit. Even though the judge did say that, oh, you guys don't have a limit, but the verdict will be read at 1 p.m., 2 p.m. our time. So I was like, but you're putting a time constraint? But then she says, like, if there is a verdict, the verdict would have been read at 2 p.m. because there was at the hearings and at the sentencings that could not be interrupted by the court for the verdict, which is rather interesting. So then the verdict they came at 2 p.m. I was like, because the sentencing that I went to listen to of the case that I was following over here in the UK, it was at 12 p.m. So 2 hours before our court started. So 7 a.m. for you guys in EST, in like Florida and Eastern. So, and then it took about an hour, the sentencing that I was at, and then they had the hour break that they normally have from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., like normal court. So, and then I was like, oh, since the sentencing was done, I could have come home, but I was very intrigued on the outcome of the sentencing. Like of the deliberation. I just needed to know the verdict. You can't be listening to, I can't. I cannot be listening to like jury instructions and closings that really got me, like sadly, like into the case somehow, because I only listened to the last part. I wanted to know the verdict, so I stood back and I listened to I stood back to listen to the verdict. Nightbot was great to start the stream and engage with you guys, and I appreciate that so much, that what he did. And then we heard the verdict. Verdict came. The jury walks back in. Oh, tell you the composition of the jury. So was 12 members of the jury. 8 of them were women, and the 3 gentlemen, they were parts of the jury. That's how it comes. So they started the deliberation at 10 to 11 a.m. GMT, my time, and then the verdict came at 1 p.m. 2 p.m. They had the verdict when we came back to court. So they come in. The court clerk, that she stands up and she asks the question that if they have reached a unanimous decision. The foreman said yes. She asks the foreman, in the case that was being done, if they find him guilty or not guilty, and they said we find the defendant guilty. So, which I mean, from what I've heard, yeah, he was kind of guilty. It's like, I spoke with the family. The family was there the whole morning. We were in a while, like they were hanging out to the court as well, because they were waiting for the verdict. And so we were there, and I got the chance to talk to them, and it seems like it was a very unstable relationship. From what the mom was telling, they were not happy. Obviously no one is happy when their loved one gets found guilty of a crime and they have a possibility of going to prison for a while. Obviously no one was happy with that. It's understandable. I understand their side. Not pleasant, especially when it involves kids as well. So that situation, that one, the trial, the mini trial I got the chance to see today, was amazing. It was really, really good. And then we had the hearings, and it was interesting that one of the hearings, we were not able to stay. It was a bail hearing, like someone wanted to set a bail to get out on bond, on license, like we call it here, and we had to get out of the court. So because it was just in chamber, so it just means the lawyers, solicitors, and then the judge to in the hearing, plus the clerks and everything in the hearing. So that one took us 10 minutes, which in those 10 minutes I tried to type so much about what happened in the morning, so I would not forget to say. So the next case, guys, it was wild. This is not even the hearing I was there for. The sentence I was even there for was a completely another case, another sentence actually. It is a very sad case. Well, the thing about this new case, right? No one got harmed. That is the preference that I want to say. No one in this case got harmed. But first of all, the defendant is at the moment 81 years old. The crime he committed was sentenced on was 10 years ago. He would have been 71 years old. And in the UK, I don't know really how, I think in the US you have a limit, and also in UK you have a limit of license probation. That's what we call probation here, is license. You have a limit on license / probation. But this gentleman, sorry, one second. Sorry. This gentleman was on probation for his whole life order. So basically for the rest of his life he is going to be on probation. Simple as that. The crime, well, some pictures, and by saying that you guys will know what I mean, some pictures got found in his computer about 12 years ago, that he should have not have on his computer. so the probation term, he served some time in prison for it, but then his probation term was that he could not use any device that can hold pictures. So basically, he can only use a flip phone. That's the only kind of phone that is allowed to do by law, to have by law. Not surprisingly, it was found to have an iPhone, and surprisingly to have two computers, hard drives, memory sticks. They did not say what they contained, but if you have it, it doesn't matter really what you have in it. You have it, and you are violating your probation. So he was back in court, 81 years old, and he got sentenced. He got found guilty. He did plead guilty anyway, so because he owned up to his mistake, which was good of him in a way, that he did own up to his thing. He did say that nothing bad was in it, and then the prosecutor did say that nothing was found, but it's the fact that he violated a condition of his parole, was not to have any electronics that can hold pictures. The only thing he can have was a flip phone, and he violated that. So he got sentenced to 46 weeks in custody, which is about 10 months, but he got suspended for 18 months. So he has two licensed paroles active at the moment. So one for the rest of his life from the crime he committed a long time ago, and now a new one for the next 18 months. And the judge said that if he violates any conditions, the old ones or the new ones, if he violates them, is going to go back into prison for, I think she said, 5 more years. So that was interesting. Sorry, 1 second. My apologies. A sneeze wanted to be relieved. So that was a wild case. And then there was other hearings. So in the UK, I don't know if this happens in the US, but you have some cases they are called the floaters. So they don't have like a judge assigned. They just get randomly assigned on the day a judge to deal with the matters about the case that is there. So we had that. Some cases of that. I didn't really pay attention to that one because um I wanted to pay attention to the big cases. So those ones were like little bits of things. So I was not gonna like really focus on that. I actually took advantage to go stretch my legs, because the gallery section, right? This I forgot to say in the beginning. The gallery section in the UK of the courtrooms is so tiny. It had like 4 rows of seats, and then each row had about what, 5 seats. So that's not a lot. So it was not it's not like a big massive courtroom, and excuse me, and it was actually round. So it was like an oval shape. So that was another point that was very interesting. Again, I'll be talking this another again in a video. I'm just like trying to talk a little bit during the lunch hour, which I probably thought I was gonna have more stuff to talk about, but maybe not. But anyway, me thing. And then we get to the main event, this sentencing I was there for. This was a crime, right, that happened in 2023, in October 2023. And I'll give you a bit of a snapshot of the case. So Christopher Bell is the defendant in this case. The victim was Ian Langley. He was 54 at the time. I have a little bit of a script in here. So Ian died after he was attacked by a dog in where I live, in the area where I live. So he was due to today to appear for the sentencing. He pled guilty to the offense, and he was out on bail for it. Even after pleading guilty, he had 2 American XL bullies dogs that, by the way the judge described the way that the dog unalived Ian, this guy, it was horrible. There were several witnesses that said like they were testified to the police when this situation occurred, and they described the case as very, very nasty. They like got traumatized for it because it was horrible to see. And then the charge, so and then it says talked about the charge of being an owner or person in charge of a dog dangerously out of control in any place in England or Wales, whether or not on a public place where death is occurred, is caused an offence under the Dangerous Dogs Act, which issues a sentencing guideline of at least 14 years in jail, which this guy got off easily. So Christopher Bell is 45 years old at the moment, and then he was placed in the three categories: A, B, or C. Before B, and then A, B, or C. C, it's the lowest level, and A is the highest. And then you have factors. You have mediated factors in terms that goes against and on your favor. For example, against could be the length of your criminal record, like Christopher Bell has. He had apparently a very extensive criminal record. I think the judge said 69 arrests, 30 odd something convictions. That is a lot in 45 years. So that definitely went against him. But she said that the fact that he pled guilty kind of made things better in a way. So and then both sides had victim impact statements, and then we had oh oh no, Paula, hello. Oh my days, that sounds horrible. Oh, that is not well, that is not good. I'm so sorry. I hope you can get that sorted, because it is not fun being locked out of the work computer. It's definitely what a Mondays are here. Mondays are complicated. So then obviously we had the impact statements from both sides. Oh, during the victim's impact statements from on behalf of the defendant, on behalf of Christopher, um the the family of the deceased, they were not happy. Like there was even one of the family members had a mini outburst in the middle of the court. The judge had to admonish him, saying, "Sir, you need to be quiet and pay respect to the court, because I understand that it's a very emotional situation, but you need to keep your emotions in check." Basically, that's what she said. I'm not quoting her word by word because, again, I could not take notes. So they were talking about that, and then the prosecution actually said that if the possibility when he would be released after sentencing, to get him on a license, which is parole probation, for a number of years, and then also something that will follow him for the rest of his life would be an order that the courts can. I don't know if in US you guys can, but in the UK apparently you can. That's basically an order that says that you can't own a dog or a cat or any animal ever again. You have been deemed of being not trustworthy of owning a dog legally. You can be illegal, but then you will be having consequences if you are found having a dog or a cat or an animal illegally, but that's up to the person. So then the defense starts talking on behalf of his client. He said, talked about how sorry he was, how deeply sorry he was for the situation that occurred to the family and everything. And then they talked about the mitigating factors, that Christopher was trying to improve his life. He has the rest of his life ahead, and everything. And then another person in the gallery said, well, yeah, he has his whole life ahead, not Ian, because he's unalived. Yeah, that person got taken out of the courtroom. The judge was like, sorry sir, but you're gonna be excused. I was like, that was not good. So that was rather interesting. And then you carry on talking about the factors and how about like how he should, because of the fact that he pled guilty, shouldn't be sentenced to the whole 14 years, and that he would consider he wanted him to go out on license and everything. So it was just the family of the person, the deceased, was not happy with that, so with the defense lawyer. So that was interesting to actually be part of. Oh, and then the defense lawyer was talking about the changes that he made in his life and how now he's a good person. He moved away from this area where the crime was committed, so he was trying to improve himself. And then he said, the defense attorney said he's even has gotten a life partner, a long-term life partner, that they've been trying to improve his life. And then all descended because, again, the gallery is so small. Everyone looks at me thinking that I am the defendant's life partner, because I was the only one there that they did not know each other. I was new to the case in a way, because I was there and no one knew me, because they were all family of the deceased. I was literally surrounded just by the family of the deceased. There was no one that I could notice there for the defendant. But they thought that I was the partner of the defendant, because I was the one that no one knew and was there in the middle of them. So they all look at me. I'm like, it's not me. Don't look at me. It's not me. I'm innocent. I'm like, I'm just a member of the public. So that was interesting. So that was another highlight of my day. That people thought that I was the defendant's partner, which I am not. So that was interesting. And then the judge started their remarks on the case, talks about how horrible the case was. Again, I'll be probably going a little bit more in detail on the video that I'm hoping to release tomorrow. Depends on how this court goes today. That will be available, but. And then she does her remarks, and it gets to the phase of sentencing. So she tells the usual for the defendant to rise to hear the sentence, and she talks about the mitigating factors again, about how what helps and what doesn't help, and then she goes into the proper sentence to say so. Remember that earlier I said that the most that she could have sentencing him was 14 years. That's the maximum. The minimum was probation, parole, license. That's the minimum. So she said because of his criminal record that he got deemed to be a small risk for society. So she sentences him. Guess what? I want probably not guesses, but she sentences him to 3 years, with 1 year if he serves 1 year and a half with on good behavior, he can get out on parole with good behavior. So he basically, well, he did not unalive someone directly. Was his dog, illegal dog that he had, um unalived someone, but the judge did say that he could have prevented that by closing the door, by putting him on a leash and everything. True that the case facts, the way that the case happened at the time, he probably was not even thinking about that. Yeah, he probably did not do. So yeah, he got sentenced to 3 years in prison, 1 year and a half to serve. If on good behavior, he goes out on license for 5 years, for another 5 years after the serving the 1 year and a half. Or if he has to serve the whole 3 years, he goes on license for 7 years. License is basically parole and everything. So the family of the deceased was not happy when they heard 3 years. My days, the commotion was so great. It was absolutely gut wrenching to be there and to be in the middle of them, listening. Like literally, one of the sons of the deceased started crying in the middle of court, which kind of made me choked up a little bit. because I mean, his dad's life is worth more than 3 years in prison, for the way that the case happened. So it was a bit gut wrenching, to hear that. So yeah, so that was the sentence of Christopher Bell. That brings the case to basically a close. I don't think he's going to appeal the sentence because he pled guilty, so you can't really plead guilty to the case. So he got, because he was out on bail today, he was taken out to prison straight away. But the interesting thing was, when he came into court for the sentencing, because he was out on bail on this case just before the sentencing, he brought the suitcase with him when he got in, because in the UK you don't get prison clothes, you don't get like a uniform like we've seen many defendants on their sentencing wears. You can wear your own clothes, like joggers and type, like sweatpants and type of clothing. So he already kind of knew that there was a high possibility that he was going to go to jail today because was sentenced. So he brought this suitcase to court, um and that it was there with them on the defendant's box, because the defendants don't sit with the lawyers at the table, they sit in the box in the back of the courtroom. And normally some of them have like glass all around the box to either um protect from audience members or something that must have happened. um so yeah, so it's just very interesting to know that. Oh, excuse me for a minute, there's someone at my front door. 1 minute, sorry guys, I'll be right back. I'm sorry, everybody. I am back. Sorry, I did forget something because my memory is not great. I had my father-in-law to come over just for me to sort out some stuff on his phone because apparently I am a tech savvy. Oh, sorry, I just need a charger, and I was just sorting out some things. So court is back any minute now. Sorry, and then I took advantage as well to take my lunch, my dinner. So I'm fully and ready and comfortable for the afternoon section. So in the afternoon, right, we might have our dear beloved Natalie testifying. The word on the street is that she is going to testify. So that is very interesting. I just wanted to welcome in I Vamos. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for being here. We are a small little group, but we are cute, I want to say. I was talking about earlier about my experience of going to the court here in England. I went today for the first time ever, which was a really, really great experience, and definitely another experience that I'm gonna have to do because. Sorry if you heard that in the background. Was because Nightbot is asking our lovely assistant, aka Alexa, to turn on the lights in the stairs, because apparently the app that we as well have doesn't it's not working. And I vamos aquí. Really, really great to have you here. And I speak a bit of Spanish, so very interesting to have someone. Your name sounds Spanish. I vamos. I'm Portuguese. I'm from Portugal. So that's why I'm saying your name. It's familiar to my native tongue. I'm gonna stop talking about that before I put myself in the bigger trouble. So I was talking about my experience earlier about the English court, which again I will try to do a video. I got interrupted. I was not able to talk probably about everything that I wanted to in this lunch break, and I do apologize to you all about it. But I will be doing a video about that experience. It will be on the channel. I don't want to promise tonight or tomorrow, but tomorrow, yes, because it depends on court. It depends on how our trial goes. Because I think we still have Natalie to testify if she did not change her mind about testifying. And then I believe that Oh, nice. Awesome. Spanish, French, and Native American. That's amazing, I vamos. It's great to have you here. Another different culture in our little group. It's amazing. It's so grateful. So grateful for you all. So like I was saying, Natalie's supposed to testify. At least that's what I've been hearing. I don't know if that's actually gonna happen. We'll see if she did not change her mind. I did not have time to check socials if to see if there was another difference of opinion or saying that she wasn't. I guess we are gonna figure it out when court comes back, and we'll see if they were back on time. Also, someone that was here in the beginning, and I will ask Nightbot as well. Was the court on time this morning? And don't say yes if you actually wanted to. No, I'm joking. I'm wondering if court was back earlier on time. So, oh yeah. So it's who's Paul Nightbot? Um, so there's a lot of notifications coming through from X at the moment. Nothing about our trial, but Natalie definitely is just a piece of work. She is. I think she's guilty, but the state did not prove that because she knows how to do it. She's a pharmacist. She knows how to get around it and how making look um oh making look that it's overdose or anything because of his history. So she played on that and she used that to her benefit. So I think she's gonna go away with it. She's gonna get away with unaliving. And like I said earlier in chat, I think she should write a book about how to get away with unaliving because she is the prime candidate for that. And because of the double jeopardy rule, you cannot be charged with the same uh charge twice. So she literally, if she is found not guilty, she is literally free to talk about it. Literally say in the press, in a press conference, yes, I did unalive him. Yes, I did poisoning him, and no one can do anything about it. So that is rather interesting that that can happen. And it's certainly, well, I'm not saying that it's going to happen, because she's going to go to federal prison for 10 years first of all, and then she's going to eventually get out, and we'll see what happens there. So I'm asking if the court was earlier on time, because I did say in the live stream last week that I said, because this court was never on time last week, not a single one time, never. And I'm saying that because I did say if they were on time, I would do a 24-hour live stream at some point. Did not give a time frame because yeah, so time, like 24 hours live stream, and now it is official they are late. So it's still not gonna happen. It might happen the 24-hour stream eventually, but yeah, because Discord, like, I'm trying to like engage. I am working. You guys know like how I figured it out, how to do a stopwatch, counter on screen to, for when we are on verdict watch, we can see how long they've been deliberating. So I was able to do that, and well, that is true. I Vamos, that is, they are very consistent in terms of never being on time, because, well, we are officially 1 minute late. And I know it's a minute, but it counts for me because I've been not want. It's not that I don't want to do the 24 hours live stream, but it takes a lot of planning and a lot of, well, time. It's 24 hours. um, but yeah, it's just something funny. So I am working at the moment on how to do an overlay on the stream to count things throughout the stream. Um, Maybe that will be a direction that I want to go, maybe not, but I'm trying to work out how I would go for it. I did found yesterday some information on it, but it was a little bit late, and I don't think my brain was working at the time, that I could not figure it out. So hopefully I will have some time tomorrow morning before our stream, and I'll sort that out. Tomorrow we're gonna have a plan. So I am sure we're gonna have closings and jury instructions tomorrow. I believe we are gonna be in deliberation in this trial by tomorrow. So if the jury has been seated in our new case that we are gonna be following, uh, today, if they seated today, um, and if they start openings, they will start openings tomorrow, I believe. If not, we will do some court listenings, maybe some parole hearings that we listen. If the new trial starts tomorrow, the opening statements, while we are on verdict watch, we will be doing that, because then we can go almost live to the new trial when this one finishes. So it's like literally back to back, like we did with the CNN one. The CNN one, we did not start this one while on the deliberations, because it was a two-phase trial. We had the first phase and then the second. This one, it's only going to be in one phase. I don't believe that she, one, is going to get guilty, and two, that it's if she is found guilty, the sentence is going to be at a later date, which will follow to end the close and put a bow on it and put it away. But I don't think she is going to found guilty anyway. It's only a one phase trial. The sentencing, I don't think it's going to be straight away, because she has and I think the judge is going to want a PSI because of her already criminal record that she has about the Ponzi scheme. But I am keeping an eye out for the the trial to see if there's any news. I need to scour X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, about that information to see. But there is going to be a feed. our friends in the usual place where we get the feeds on, they have already said that they are going to be live streaming that case, so it's a guarantee, 100, most guaranteed. So we'll see. Hopefully, I'm trying to see if there's any updates on that, but I can't see anything. I do need to check that on my phone. I need to turn my VPN on and see that how it is the jury selection, if a jury has been seated or not. Well, yeah, now we're looking at the clock. It's 9 to 1, Judge. It's I think they've been eating the pizza. I think the pizza it's long gone by now. I think, yeah, that pizza. I wonder what kind of pizza, if they are gonna say. I want to know. Also, question to everyone. Let me know if you want in the chat. Pineapple, does it belong on the people? That's probably, I'm gonna start a controversial question right now, to see if pineapple does or not belong in a pizza. In my opinion, it does belong. I love Hawaiian pizza. Oh, pepperoni. I love Hawaiian and pepperoni. That's my two favorites. I do anything, almost anything, right? Almost anything for pepperoni pizza, especially if it is a double pepperoni. And then it has to have, we have, I think you guys must have as well, a stuffed crust pizza, stuffed crust double pepperoni pizza from Domino's. That's my to go pizza, definitely, for sure. Um, Oh, okay. Yeah, for like stuffed crust, it depends on the mood that I am, but definitely almost 100%. I'm always in the mood for stuffed crust pizza, so that's most 100% sure that I will. But now I'm making myself hungry because we literally just had a homemade lasagna. Me and I made some lasagna last night, and we eating the leftovers. We are being good at eating the leftovers and not leave the leftovers in the fridge for a good time. We are trying to behave. So yeah. So because I had for lunch over here, at my lunchtime was chips, because that's all that the cafeteria in the court had. So I had chips with chips. So it was very interesting, because the thing was they did not have, it was cash only in the cafeteria in the court, and I did not have cash. I only had my bank, my phone, and they said, oh, you can make a transfer. I was like, okay, but I don't want to make a big massive amount, not it would be. So I just had some chips. It was nice, it was okay, and then I was just more entertained talking with the judge than actually eating the chips before court anyway. So yeah. Now, yeah, court is still not here. I am talking through my elbows, and they're still not here. I thought they would be here by now, and to try not to listen to me. So let me just carry very, very, very quickly Twitter to see if anything has been said about this trial. I don't think so. Yeah, I was just, there is a lot of new information about the defamation case, like with Blake Lively and the other guy, about that. I mean, I know, I was like, I'm always hungry, Kayshawn. I'm always hungry. There's not a time that I'm not hungry or I would eat, because food is my middle name. I think I should change my name to Food, or we are Food and True Crime Addicts, because our conversations, right, always ends up in food. I don't know why. I don't know what happens. That conversation always ends up in food. Uh, so it's just one of those things that it is amazing that food is something that everyone has in common. We all have to eat at some point, so, and it just brings people together. So we do love talking about food in this channel, as well as true crime. So because we even joked that our logo should be a burger with true crime addict in the middle, just to represent how addict we are to food over here. And this judge doesn't make it easy, because he keeps saying of all the good food that he brings to the jury, that he has been bringing to the jury throughout this case. And I am a little bit jealous. All I want is being treated like that too. So yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at X to try to find if there's any information about the new trial that we are about to follow. Uh, Give me 1 second, because she tweets a lot about crime and stuff, and I need to find that unless she has deleted about jury being seated, about Corey Richards, Brian Koberger, ASAP Rocky. That one is gonna come back tomorrow, and we're gonna do like daily recaps about that case, the ASAP Rocky out of California, and I don't see that that tweet anymore about our case has been poisoned, jurors reach a verdict, the Kentucky one. I don't see that tweet anymore. Interesting. Court apparently is back in session, so I can do a bit of my investigation while they are starting the afternoon part, and I can do some more research
All
about
right,
the
are there matters to
case.
take up at this time?
So we'll see.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, bring in the
Great
jury, please,
idea.
bailiff.
Okay.
You did say a twit.
So, by what I've listened and just seen on Twitter or X, it says that the jury selection is still underway in the unaliving trial against the teenager, the Colin Griffin case that we are going to be following, and so they are still not have seated a jury in that
All right,
case.
we continue with the defense case in chief. You may call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Zachary Halsey.
You'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
Good afternoon, Dr. Halsey. As you probably know, I'm Stanley Selden. I'm one of the co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran. First of all, what is your full name, and would you please spell it for the clerk?
Zachary Tyler Halsey, Zachary, and then Halsey is Halsey.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Access Health in Daniels,
How long have you worked there?
approximately 10 and a half years.
What's your title?
Family physician.
Are you licensed in the state of West Virginia as a family physician?
Yes.
Approximately how long have you been licensed as a family physician?
Approximately 7 years, plus then 3 more for training. So roughly the 10 years.
That's fine. Do you have any certification as a family practitioner?
Yes, through the American College of Osteopathic Family Physicians.
And briefly, what's your training as a family physician? Briefly.
So I had 3 years of family practice training also at Access Health.
Okay. Are you familiar with Natalie Cochran as a pharmacist?
Yes.
And how do you know her as a pharmacist?
She also worked for Access Health as well as gave lectures occasionally for the residency program.
Okay. And if you would speak up a little bit, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
I
And
got you.
speak into the microphone.
Sure.
Thank you. Approximately how much contact did you have with Natalie Cochran in her capacity as a pharmacist at Access Health?
Approximately 10 to 15 times, probably somewhere like that.
Okay. And over what period of time did that occur?
4 to 5 years. I don't remember when the exact end of the work part was.
Do you know how long Natalie Cochran worked at Access Health as a pharmacist?
I do not know.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February 5th of 2019.
Okay.
And I will inform you and everybody else that was the day before Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay.
Sure.
Did you have occasion to see or treat Natalie Cochran on February 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Did she make an appointment?
Yes.
Why did she make an appointment with your office?
On that day, she was having some flu-like symptoms, cough, congestion, shortness of breath, things like that.
Did she complain of body aches?
Yes.
Did you test her for flu and possibly strep?
Yes.
Do you recall what those results were?
Those were negative.
And that doesn't positively rule out those ailments. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you give her a shot or a prescription on February 5th of 2019?
No, not on the 5th.
Did you at that day or the next day give her a steroid burst shot for inflammation and other symptoms that she was expressing to you?
It was an oral steroid, but yes, on the 5th.
Okay. Does possibly that a steroid increase the body's blood sugar?
Yes.
As a physician, would it be advisable for Natalie Cochran to take insulin to lower her blood sugar if that was the case?
It is possible to take insulin to lower blood sugar. Yes.
Okay. And just to sum up, on the 5th, February 5th, 2019, she simply didn't feel well.
Correct.
Okay. I call your attention to February 6th, 2019, the next day, and that was the day of Michael Cochran's collapse. Okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran on that day make an appointment and come into Access Health?
Yes.
Why?
On that day, she had been having some nausea and vomiting overnight.
Was she still complaining of the previous symptoms?
Yes, they were still present.
Was she, or did she ask for, or was she retested again for the flu?
Yes, she was.
And again, what were the results?
It was also negative at that time.
And again, that doesn't absolutely prove she had the flu. It's a test to indicate that.
Sure.
Okay. On February 6, 2019, what treatment was she given that day?
On that day, she was given an injection of promethazine as well as a prescription for oral promethazine.
What's promethazine for? What's it used for?
It is for nausea.
According to your recollection, what time did she come in on February 6th, and approximately what time did she leave?
It was approximately, somewhere between 8 and 8:30 that she was there, and left, probably around 9:30 to 10, somewhere through there.
Okay. Was she there in the early morning for when you opened up?
Yes, so we open at 8 o'clock.
Okay. Now, on these 2 days, did you have any reason to doubt Natalie Cochran's sincerity about being sick?
No.
Did you conclude that she was sick?
I felt like she was sick at that time, yes.
And as a licensed family physician, if you didn't think she was sick, you wouldn't have prescribed or given her promethazine, right?
Correct.
Because you don't give medication to people that aren't sick or you think they're sick.
Right.
Okay. Now, is one of the side effects of promethazine sleepiness?
It can, yes.
Given that promethazine can cause sleepiness, given Natalie's symptoms and complaints, would you deem it advisable for her to travel, say, on a plane, go to meetings with bankers, etc.? Don't know how long they're going to last. Or would it be more advisable, or would you recommend that she go home and go to bed?
I would certainly say if you're not feeling well, especially with vomiting, to go home and stay in bed.
Now I'd like to kind of change things up a little bit. Did you ever treat or have Gavin Davis as your patient?
Yes.
Did you know that Gavin Davis had an insulin pump for his diabetes type 1 disease?
Yes.
How does an insulin pump work?
So it will secrete insulin based upon the body's needs of how much glucose is in the body.
Is it possible that an insulin pump can run out of the insulin in it or malfunction?
Yes.
How do you fill an insulin pump? Can it be one of two ways? You attach a vial of insulin to it, or you directly inject the insulin?
Yes, that's accurate.
What type of insulin was Gavin Davis's pump filled with?
His was rapid acting insulin. I believe it was Humalog.
Humalog Lispro insulin, right?
Yes.
Okay. Once Humalog insulin enters the body, either by the pump or by injection, how long does it take it to start to work?
Approximately 15 minutes or so.
Okay. How long is it active or working in the body after it's introduced?
4 to 6 hours, somewhere through there.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran was a diabetic specialist?
Yes, she was in that role with Access Health.
Okay. Did you know that the Davises, Gavin's parents, especially Jennifer, designated Natalie Cochran at one time as an emergency contact for Gavin if they couldn't be reached in an emergency?
No, I do not know that.
Would it be reasonable to have a backup supply of insulin if an insulin pump failed or needed refilling?
Yes.
Would it be reasonable if Natalie Cochran was a neighbor of the Davises and at one point an emergency contact for Gavin? Would it be reasonable that she keep a supply of Gavin's Humalog insulin at her home?
It would be reasonable if it was Gavin's. Yes.
And would that be further reasonable if Gavin Davis often visited there or ate food at the Cochran's home?
It would be reasonable.
Now, a person afflicted with diabetes type 1, when they eat food, you have to carefully measure what food they're taking, carbohydrate intake, etc., so you can regulate the insulin to control the blood sugar that comes from their eating. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Now, is it your understanding that in a diabetic, insulin works to lower blood sugar?
Yes.
Because diabetics, most of them, don't process sugar like normal people. They have an excess of high blood sugar in their system. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah.
Does insulin work to lower blood sugar when it's introduced in the body?
Yes.
Now, wouldn't you believe that if a licensed pharmacist would have access to or be able to get insulin?
I think it would be reasonable that they would know how to get insulin. Yes.
I need a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I believe that's the extent of my direct examination, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Truman.
few questions, Doctor. There's been a lot of discussion about reasonableness of having Gavin Davis supplied with insulin at the defendant's house. And your answers were that would be reasonable. But if that wasn't the stated reason why that insulin was in the house, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it would for a house that has non-diabetics?
Sure.
Okay. If you were shown a message from the defendant to Jennifer Davis saying she was going to borrow a bottle for her own treatment, would that change your opinion as to how reasonable it was to have insulin in her house?
Yes.
You were also the treating physician for Michael, or the primary care physician for Michael Cochran?
Yes, at one time.
Okay. You're aware of his allergies?
Yes.
And he was allergic to benzodiazepine?
I believe that was in the chart, yes.
Okay. And he was also allergic to some of the medication you gave to the defendant on February the 5th, right?
I believe so.
Now, the defense asked you about steroids and how that could increase blood glucose, and insulin would counteract that. And those are fair questions to ask.
Yes.
As her primary care physician, were you treating for any kind of cancer?
No.
I'll object to that, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
The defense did not like that about the cancer thing, the C word. They did not like that. But oh, sorry, I'm hearing myself in the background because Nightbot forgot to mute his computer when he left. 1 second, everybody. I am back. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the defense definitely doesn't want that in. Well, to be fair, don't blame them in a way that is not going to be good for the case, because if she lied about that, big C, and what else did she lie about? That does create doubt on their case as well. So,
Doctor, as a primary care physician, were you ever treating her for cancer?
No.
Did you try and verify her statement to you that she was diagnosed at Duke by having cancer?
Technically, no.
Okay. When you say technically, go ahead and explain.
So we were trying to refer to Duke. It was, there was an office visit where cancer was discussed, and then we were trying to refer to Duke for that.
Did you ever get any results indicating that that was correct?
No.
So from your perspective, you were never able to verify the defendant's statements to you that she had been diagnosed with Duke with cancer?
Correct.
You tried, correct?
Yes. And
Duke provided you with nothing.
Right. We never got records from that.
Nope. Doctor, the defense asked you about February 6th, and I'd like this marked for identification, please.
States Exhibit 33, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification as states 33. Take a moment and glance at that for me, please. Dr. Wood is states 33
That is the visit from February the 6th.
of 2019.
Yes.
And on the bottom of page 2, oh, I'm sorry, not the bottom.
Okay.
What does that indicate that you provided in the way of medication?
So that was the injection of promethazine as well as the oral tablets for promethazine.
So the defendant got an injection, and that was administered at your office on the morning of the 6th of February, 2019, correct?
Correct.
But you sent her home with some tablets as well.
Yes.
Or are they tablets or capsules or
The ones in the chart here says tablet, so
tablets?
they can come in both.
Okay. Doctor, if was a patient was allergic to the particular substance that you've been talking about, what would be the anticipated reaction?
It varies depending on the severity.
I believe he needs to be more specific as to what substance he's referring to.
Fair enough. Hand you what's been marked as states 33 and call your attention again to the medications that day. Let's talk about the injection. That would have taken place in your office, correct?
Correct.
Now, the tablets that you sent out,
Yes.
that's if an individual patient was allergic to that particular substance, what would you anticipate the reaction to be?
Again, depending on the severity, it can be as simple as upset stomach, rash, you're just feeling ill.
I'm objecting. And again, I believe we need to approach the bench.
Okay.
Another objection. This is a objection. What 500,001 probably. So it's just another objection, and here we go again. So what I was saying earlier was there is a major development on a case that I've been following over here in the in the UK, but the defendant is America because she committed the crime in America, but then she came to the UK, and so there was this extradition hearing and everything and all sorts, and there was actually now broke the news about the outcome of that hearing, and I think that the hearing was Friday or the decision was Friday.
Ask the question again, please, Mr. Truman.
Sorry, court is back.
We were discussing the likely reaction from a physician's point of view to an allergy to the particular medication you prescribed that day. And you couldn't be specific, but you were telling us in general terms what you might anticipate.
Yes, it could be anything from just nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, things like that, all the way up to potentially anaphylaxis.
What's that?
So that is when essentially your throat starts to close, can't breathe, and can potentially be fatal if not treated.
In between those two extremes, would passing out be a possibility?
Unlikely to be a allergic reaction side effect there.
Okay. Move for states 33 into evidence, please.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states 33 will be admitted into evidence.
Could I have just a moment, please?
Indeed.
Let's go back to the defendant in your treatment of her. Review of her chart indicates you prescribed Xanax for her.
Yes.
What is that?
That is an anti-anxiety medication.
And part of the family known as what?
Benzodiazepine.
And in fact, you had a prescription from just a few days before that for her, correct? For that? Prof?
If you say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't keep all your patient stuff in your head?
Not that far back.
If those records do reflect that she filled a prescription a very few days, early days of February 2019, you'd have no reason to doubt that.
I would not have reason to doubt that.
I think that's it. Hmm? Doctor, thank you. The state has no additional questions. Dr. Halsey.
All right, redirect Mr. Selden.
Can I take just a moment?
Yes.
If I could ask one additional question while
Go
we're
ahead.
thinking about it. Did on February 6th of 2019, did you prescribe any medication for Michael Cochran, or was it just the defendant?
Just Miss Cochran. I did not see Michael as a patient that day.
Thank you, Doctor.
So I guess from the cross-examination, you're familiar with Natalie Cochran's medical history.
Yes.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran had a history of heart problems and that she had heart surgery in September 2018 at CAMC?
I'm aware that's in the records, yes.
And her records reveal that she had a problem with the electrical impulses in her heart, that her heart beat too rapidly, and that was what caused her to have heart surgery. Is that correct?
I believe that to be correct.
Were you aware that Natalie Cochran, and let me ask you, when someone has heart surgery or they're going to undergo surgery, they do a vast number of laboratory tests prior to the surgery and even after surgery.
In general, yes.
Were you aware, or does it appear in Natalie Cochran's records, that CAMC had done lab tests in connection with the surgery that revealed that Natalie Cochran's white blood cell count was low? Do you have any knowledge of that, or does it appear in the record?
I don't have knowledge of that since that was prior to establishing with me. So I can't answer that.
So would you have any knowledge that as a result of those lab tests, Natalie Cochran was instructed to undergo further laboratory tests?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Now, since the door's been opened and I feel the need, I have to go into it. I want to address Natalie Cochran's possibly having cancer, okay?
Okay.
Did Natalie Cochran make an appointment with you or your office at Access Health on January 15th of 2019, approximately a month before Michael Cochran's death.
Yes.
Did she make that appointment because she had some suspicions as to whether she may or may not have cancer?
My understanding was that she was told that she did have cancer and that we were trying to proceed with that.
And you don't know specifically who or what entity told her that, right?
Correct.
Okay. In her appointment, did she tell you she had made an appointment with the Cleveland Clinic to discuss the possibility of her having cancer, and specifically leukemia, which is a low white blood cell count?
Yes, at the time we were advised about an appointment with Cleveland.
Okay. Did she formally ask you to refer her there, or did she just give an indication she'd already made an appointment?
Just an indication.
Did you discuss her symptoms and why she suspected she might have cancer?
We had talked about various symptoms at the time, yes.
Mm-hmm. And in those discussions, she told you that she was always sick, always tired. She had cough and congestion that went on for a long time. She had body aches, and diarrhea, and symptoms similar to that.
Yes.
Now, did she call your office the next day, January 16th of 2019? Did she call or make contact with your office?
I believe that was the case, yes.
Okay. And in that discussion, Natalie said that she had to cancel her appointment with the Cleveland Clinic because of insurance problems and coverage and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
So subsequently, because she didn't actually was seen at the Cleveland Clinic, you don't have any records from the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
Correct.
Did Natalie ask for, and did you give her a referral to Duke University for possible further cancer diagnosis and or treatment?
Yes.
Do your records reflect, or do you have any knowledge that Natalie Cochran was on a waiting list to actually confer with the oncology department at Duke University?
I would be unaware of that.
Were you aware that she and Michael Cochran drove down to Duke University to go through the emergency department because it was so long for her to get to the oncology department?
I do know that there was an ER appointment at that time.
Okay. Did you receive or get any records from Duke University?
Just from that ER appointment, and I think there may be some cardiology appointments in there too.
Okay. Now, because of Michael Cochran's subsequent death in February of 2019, the investigation into the fraudulent schemes and Natalie Cochran having problems from that, we don't know at this point whether or not Natalie Cochran indeed has cancer. Isn't that correct?
That's fair.
A moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now, isn't it also true that Natalie Cochran left your care in March of 2019, so you don't have any further knowledge of her care, treatment, etc.?
Correct.
A moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about Michael Cochran's supposed allergies, and you don't know from your review of those records whether those were actual allergies or side effects of medications. Isn't that correct?
That's true. I wouldn't have put I believe those were put in prior, so I don't know what the reaction that he may have had with those was.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Further questions, Mr. Truman?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
As Michael Cochran's primary care physician, you never treated him for diabetes, did you?
No.
Because he didn't have diabetes.
True.
You never prescribed insulin because he didn't need insulin.
True.
Back to the defendant for a moment. Any information that you have as her primary care physician was only what she told you in terms of cancer, correct?
Correct.
And you made efforts to refer her to Duke, correct?
Correct.
Ask this be marked as 34, please.
State's Exhibit 34, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Whoops. Dr. Handy, what's been marked for identification is states 34. Take a look at that, please.
Okay.
And in there, it addresses your attempt to refer to a specialist, which was Duke, for the defendant's alleged cancer.
Correct.
What'd they tell you, Duke?
That if she did not have a diagnosis of CLL, that they would not see her.
And did they come up with a diagnosis of CLL?
I never received any records from Duke.
Move states 34 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted.
Doctor, thank you. State has no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would like to take
Possession of that case number 34.
Okay.
This document purports to be information about Natalie Cochran's referral to Duke University. Was that correct?
Correct. That would be a phone note.
What is CLL?
It's a form of leukemia.
Which can be indicated by a low white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
It can be, yes.
Now, this document clearly says that someone from Duke University called, and I don't know if they called you or Natalie.
It would have been.
It just says they called and stated they don't have records backing the diagnosis for CLL, and they won't see her, right?
Correct. That would have been between the referral nurse and my nurse at the time. The referral would.
And because Natalie Cochran was investigating whether she had CLL or any other form of cancer, she would not be able to provide those records. Isn't that true?
That would be true.
Okay. She didn't get an appointment at the Cleveland Clinic for the reasons discussed. Now Duke is saying, we need records that show you've already been diagnosed with CLL, or we can't take you, right?
That's correct. That's what the note says.
And you didn't have any of those records which definitively would diagnose Natalie Cochran as having CLL.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Because she's investigating, right?
Correct.
She's trying to see these people. They're telling her they can't see her in the oncology departments because they already need proof that she has CLL, right?
Yes. Yes.
Kind of a catch-22, isn't it?
That's medicine.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
Oh, unfortunately, I do. Doctor, the circular logic of that is this. She told you the month before that Duke is who diagnosed her with that, didn't she?
I believe it was from CAMC, not Duke. Duke came later.
And you never got your records from CAMC either.
No.
Wouldn't a primary care physician be aware if his patient was being treated for cancer?
We would hope so. We don't, unfortunately, we don't always get records.
Don't always get records, but usually you would have something to indicate that your patient had cancer.
Generally, we would have those records.
Almost always, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Thanks, Doc.
Briefly.
Okay.
You don't have anything in your records that says CAMC said she had CLL, just that she might have it because of her lowered white blood cell count. Isn't that right?
The only thing in the chart that I would have for that was the notes to my nurse and myself at the time during that first office visit.
and once again, I'm sorry to belabor the point, she suspects she has CLL because of conversations with CAMC or some other hospital or entity. She wants to be referred for further diagnosis as to whether she has it or not, right?
So I think the very first visit, she had already had apparently an appointment with Cleveland, so that didn't involve us. And that she was telling the nurse at the time that she was informed that she had CLL. That's what the
what
note
nurse
says.
informed of
My
you?
nurse at the time.
You don't know if Natalie said, I'm pretty sure I have CLL and I want to be further diagnosed or treated, right?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact conversation. That was
Okay.
6 years ago.
Did you or anyone from Access Health or any of these other entities, especially Duke, contact CAMC to get the lab results that indicated to Natalie Cochran she might have CLL?
I know that we would have. I can't speak for other entities, but I'm sure that we would have tried to get the documents from them.
But you didn't get them.
Correct.
Just a moment.
Okay.
I need to get States 34 again.
Very well.
And I need just a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
AKA, I need 500 minutes because I'm slow reading whatever I just got handed. Sorry, this guy it's really slow and it's really getting to me and I'm tired. It's been a long day. And I would like him to be on.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm showing you what you like to state, number 34. Now, right under here, at the bottom.
Okay. You're going to have to speak loudly, Mr.
Okay.
Silver.
Under here, under case description, and I'm going to read from this, okay? It says, Natalie was returning a call to the nurse, and that's the nurse at Access Health,
Yes.
right? Regarding lab results. Says, Natalie says, I tried to call the nurse around 12:20 p.m. There was no answer. And then the nurse says, in which I told the patient, and I don't know who I is, someone at Access Health, right?
Correct.
I would send a phone number to the nurse to return her call. The patient, that's Natalie, stated she is on her way back to her appointment with the cardiologist and then an appointment with the oncologist, and she wants her to be called at, and she leaves her phone number so she can try to get these records, right?
That's what the phone note says, yes.
Okay. And do you know if this is Natalie Cochran's phone number?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Last word, Mr. Truman.
The last word would be thank you to the doctor. He's been a good sport about all this. We're done.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halsey. You may step down. You are excused, sir. Call your next witness, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Ron. Before I call my next witness, I need to gather my notes.
Okay.
This attorney is so slow. I think the that witness is running for his life. I think the next witness is just like, I am here. I'm ready for this. She's so excited, but she doesn't know what's coming for her. I kind of feel bad for her. Oh, at least she has a coffee. She has a drink, so she will be able to enjoy this. The only thing I have is juice. So it's just gonna be hilarious. I'm still no word about the jury selection for the end trial. Still keeping an eye on that too. Still keeping an eye on a lot of things. There's so many things happening and so many stuff that I'm catching up on for being in court all morning, and that is unbelievable.
The
But
defense calls Dr. Priya Banerjee.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, doctor. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Selden.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Banerjee.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Thank you.
Yes. Tell us your name and how you spell it.
My name is Dr. Priya, Priya, and last name is Banerjee, Banerjee.
Where do you currently work and what's your title?
Sure. So, excuse me, I'm self-employed at my company named Anchor Forensic Pathology, and I'm based in Barrington, Rhode Island, just outside of Providence.
Have you authored any publications or anything related to it?
Yes, I don't think I fully answered your last question. So I'm a forensic pathologist. And so I've worked in that field going on over 14 years. And so during my training, well, I mean, I'm talking about I was an attending and then there was training prior to that. So all in all, there were many occasions that I've done research myself and then published those articles, or then became a senior author, helped other individuals perform the projects, and we together presented them and published them.
And that's in your chosen field of forensic pathology, is that correct?
So I have publications throughout. I have cancer research articles. I have some basic pathology articles, as well as many publications in forensic pathology as well.
Okay. Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, quite a bit. So in Rhode Island, let's see, I used to teach at the Roger Williams University, where I designed and taught a year-long forensic pathology and crime scene investigation course that was 2 semesters. I did that for quite a while, and then I subsequently left that job due to personal reasons. I also taught at the Boston University Medical School, their graduate program in forensic sciences. Again, it was crime scene investigation and forensic pathology, and currently still hold since I think 2011 or 2012, a clinical assistant professorship at the Brown University Laboratory Medicine and Pathology program.
As a forensic pathologist, do you conduct autopsies and issue reports from that?
Yes, that's one of the many roles I do as a forensic pathologist. That's really what I'm trained to do. And as you've heard previously, that's one of the main tools we use as a forensic pathologist to make diagnoses.
What? Can you approximate at all how many autopsies you've done in the past?
That's a gross approximation, and I would say probably close to 3,000 now. So autopsy, my training stems back to my days at residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, where we learned and performed autopsies. I then went on to do a fellowship in forensic pathology, where I was, day in and day out performing autopsies. And then I was an assistant medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island for over 11 years. So again, very diligently doing autopsies. So all of those together, plus I've done some service work in various other offices that needed help, such as New Hampshire, Maine, Las Vegas. I've done that. And so this is just, I don't keep tallies, but I would say approximately, let's say 2,900 to 3,000.
Fair enough. Are you board certified in any of these areas that you're talking about?
Yes. So after I completed my residency at the Johns Hopkins Hospital, I sat for my pathology boards, which was in the field of anatomic pathology. So that's like being in a hospital, looking at slides, whatnot. Autopsy is a part of that. So I was generally boarded in anatomic pathology. And then after I did my fellowship training, I was then eligible and on the first attempt passed my forensic pathology boards.
Do you have any medical licenses anywhere?
I currently hold 2 active licenses, one in the state of Rhode Island and one in Nevada. I also have a inactive good standing licensure in Pennsylvania.
At this time, I would like Dr. Banerjee certified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Does the state wish to engage in voir dire?
Your Honor, the state accepts the witness's credentials.
All right, court declares Dr. Banerjee to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology and anatomic pathology.
Thank you.
Permission to approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I am asking that this particular exhibit be marked as defense exhibit, whatever the next number is.
It's defense exhibit number 12.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Dr. Banerjee, I am handing you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 12. I'm going to ask you to refer to this document. I'm going to go back and ask you some questions, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Could you identify this document, what it is?
So this is my 7-page report that I submitted to you that summarizes contains all my conclusions related to this case.
Okay. You're starting to fade away a little bit.
Oh,
Please
sorry.
talk in the microphone. Thank you.
I'm very rarely accused of that.
On page 2 of that report, you specify what records you've received in preparation of that report. Would you please go through the records you received?
Yes, so I've itemized in my report in no particular order. All of them were submitted digitally. So just the first autopsy report for Michael Brandon Cochran, West Virginia, number 2019-3671. That is the first autopsy that Dr. Kubitschek performed. I also have medical records, 2 sets, one from Raleigh General and the other from Charleston Medical Center. I have an array of scene photographs of the candidate scene, including multiple pictures of a Humalog insulin Lispro vial. I have Dr. Uribe's second autopsy report and Dr. Diane Krieger's expert report.
Now, you listened in to expert reports or expert testimony in this case, but that was subsequent to you authoring this report. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I was allowed to by the judge with permission to also listen to Doctors Uribe and Krieger testify, but my opinion as written here is all formulated based on their written reports as well, and the summation of all this.
Okay. I'd like to skip down to the bottom of page 2.
Okay.
You have a heading marked discussion. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to skip over paragraph 1 for now and go to paragraph 2. In that paragraph, you state that Mr. Cochran first underwent an autopsy by Dr. Kubitschek on September the 4th, 2019, which was 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes, approximately 7 months.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another exhibit that I'm going to be questioning this witness about. Permission to approach the clerk.
Very well.
Defendant's exhibit number 13, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to warn the jury ahead of time, these are photographs and they're somewhat gruesome. Dr. Banerjee, can you identify this exhibit?
Yes, so this is a hard copy printout of an array with 4 autopsy pictures with the same case number that I referenced, 19-3671, with Dr. Kubitschek's initials also on the placard in the photos. So these are at least 4 of the many autopsy photos that were submitted to me.
At this time, I'd like to move for admission of Dr. Banerjee's report and this exhibit.
Any objections, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
All right. Defense exhibits 12 and 13 will be admitted into evidence.
Now, you've already identified this photograph. I want to go back to your description under decomposition, page 3, paragraph 2.
Let's flip there. Yes.
Does this photograph accurately convey the advanced state of decomposition as photographed by Dr. Kubitschek in his autopsy?
Yeah, so this, unfortunately, embalming and burial does not keep the body in the same state as when one passes away. So even though the procedure is supposed to, it's still not perfect. And so you can see that 7 months later, Mr. Cochran's body was in a moderately decomposed state with moderate insect activity present. And those are words extracted from Dr. Kubitschek's autopsy. That's how he described it.
I'm going to remove the photograph.
All right.
On that same page, what was the description and the condition of Michael Cochran's heart on autopsy?
Yes, so the heart weighed 450 grams, and it wasn't described clearly as such, but assuming it was also moderately decomposed like the rest of him, it was, it follows that weight, as you've heard earlier, tissues and organs, as they fall apart with decomposition, they get lighter in weight. And so taking that into account, this is a relatively enlarged heart for someone his size and his stature.
Why is that significant, the enlarged heart?
So the heart is ironically one of those muscles that you don't really want to enlarge unless you're an Olympic athlete or very well conditioned. It often enlarges secondary to what we say stress. Now, stress can be anything like high blood pressure, anything that's sort of a continued stress on the body. It's not one episode. It's going to be longer term effects. So sometimes chronic substance abuse, exercise can help. But when we say it's a pathologically enlarged, abnormally enlarged, that's not a healthy heart.
You have a discussion about pseudoephedrine use.
Yes.
Please explain that.
Sure. So within the clinical records I was given, such certain substances that are considered controlled substances, which pseudoephedrine is one, is monitored, and the prescription sort of history is monitored. So that's how I knew he was on it. And pseudoephedrine is Sudafed, and we know that one of its side effects it's a stimulant, meaning that it will raise your blood pressure.
What about your statement about reported history of pseudoephedrine and stimulant use and the use of enclophamine use? How could these factors have affected Mr. Cochran?
Sure. So I assume that enclomiphene, wasn't a prescribed medicine. It was what the records say was illicitly obtained over the internet, and non-prescribed, I should say. And so all of these factors, when your heart is enlarged it is a risk for sudden death, which is what we call an arrhythmia. The heart has an electrical system that helps us beat. Even as we sit here, we don't have to think about it. And when the heart gets thickened, abnormally so, the electrical system can basically short circuit, and then you miss a beat, you don't have a heart rate, you don't have a blood pressure, and you die. There really isn't any fingerprint of an arrhythmia. That's an electrical signal, right? So when you're alive, there are cardiologists that specialize in that, and they could, like an EKG is the electrical tracing of the heart. But once you are deceased, there's no way to really, there's no traceable rhythm. And so structurally, when we see an enlarged heart, we're worried about an arrhythmia as a possible cause of sudden death.
Could these factors in your discussion about a fatal arrhythmia or heart attack, could this have been a possible factor in Michael Cochran's death?
Yes, I just say arrhythmia, heart attack, I sort of classify differently, which I won't get into, but the abnormal rhythm would be an arrhythmia. And if it's a fatal, there's different tracings, which I'm not going to get into, but fatal arrhythmia can occur. And obviously with a decomposed heart, just like the rest of his body, that really limits making the diagnosis under the microscope. We can, again, just say that the heart was enlarged based on its weight.
So from that explanation, a fatal arrhythmia would not show up in autopsy, correct?
Correct. We have a structurally abnormal heart, which we know is at risk, but a fatal arrhythmia leaves no identifiable sign at autopsy, especially in a decomposed specimen.
What findings were made regarding the possibility of pancreatic tumors in Michael Cochran's body?
I know there's been some discussion about this, but upon review of the first autopsy report, again, the pancreas is one of the first organs to decompose in the body. It's full of enzymes, and as soon as we die, they start leaking, and that's what causes the pancreas to basically disintegrate. And so I think it's difficult, and I think it's improper to say that a pancreatic tumor was excluded, because 7 months later, the pancreas isn't going to be very recognizable. Even if it is, it's not going to be intact anymore to really see any types of tumors. These tumors, such as an insulinoma, can be less than 1 centimeter big. It can be millimeters, but it can still have a functional effect, which I find fascinating. But again, that's not going to be identifiable on a decomposed pancreas or organ.
Okay, and I may have missed it in your explanation. I just want to clarify. Can pancreatic tumors cause hypoglycemia?
Oh, yes. Sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Yes. So that's in one of the potential causes of hypoglycemia is a pancreatic tumor if it creates insulin. So tumors don't act like normal organs. And so if it's a tumor of the cells that make insulin in the body, and there's an sort of bad acting collection of them, then they form this tumor, and then they can pump out insulin that could cause low blood sugar hypoglycemia. There was no such, I think the capabilities of identifying such is very limited in a decomposed body.
Dr. Uribe stated that pancreatic tumors on autopsy were excluded in the first autopsy. Is that a correct statement?
I think not identified versus excluded are two different issues here. Not identified is true because the pancreas and other organs, again, are decomposed. Excluded is inaccurate because, again, that decomposition means it's 7 months later and it could have been there. We just can't see it based on the condition of the organ and the body in general.
I'd like to call your attention to the paragraph that's numbered number 3 on that page. Okay?
Yes.
You discussed postmortem, meaning after death, toxicology tests performed. What's toxicology?
So toxicology is the basic testing of blood and other body fluids or tissues to see to try to detect, identify, and quantify any medications or substances that's in someone's body at the time of death.
Would you please discuss what tests were done or weren't done in connection with Michael Cochran's body? And along those lines.
So again, this is 7 months later.
I have a specific question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
That's
you
all right.
wanted me to answer.
There's a discussion that there was no testing prior to Michael's death of, first of all, insulin. What's the significance of that?
So when he was alive then, you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Because we talked about postmortem testing too.
No,
So
I'm talking about prior to Michael Cochran's death.
sure. So my review of the hospital record showed that there was, although low blood sugars were noted, there was no associated laboratory testing related to insulin, C-peptide, proinsulin levels, or any other medications like oral anti-glycemic agents, which are what you take to lower blood sugars, done in the hospital.
So those various tests that you're talking about, tests for insulin, tests for C-peptides, anabolic steroids, those all could have been done prior to Michael Cochran's death, correct?
Yes.
But they weren't done, right?
Per the medical records, they were not done.
And according to hospital records, etc., one of the reasons those tests weren't done was because when Michael Cochran was admitted to the hospital or hospitals, there was no suspicion of insulin being introduced into his body. And I'm talking about what they call exogenous insulin, insulin that's not produced by the body. Would that be a correct statement?
Yes, I saw no notation or differential diagnosis listed that, sorry. I did not see any notation or differential diagnosis listed within the medical records for that diagnosis, like exogenous insulin having a role in his hypoglycemia.
Okay. Is there any explanation for Mr. Cochran's urine screen, which was positive for benzodiazepines?
So this was a perplexing result to me. I think there was some confusion. Dr. Uribe said that, and there was midazolam detected in the postmortem toxicology. Midazolam is a benzodiazepine that can be used as a sedative or anesthetic, but that was given later in the hospital, and the urine screening was done very close to his admission to the hospital. It was done at 21:05, which is 9:05 p.m. The day of February 6th. And so he had not been given, there's no records within the nursing records or the doctor's orders that he was given any such medication in this class yet. So that means in the urine drug screen, there's an unexplained benzodiazepine positivity. Now, that just means I don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from, but it's a suggestion that he's on this something, at least one, if not more, benzodiazepine medications. And that's from the urine testing.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 4 on that same page.
Yes.
In that paragraph, you discussed the second autopsy, which was done by Dr. Uribe 4 years after Michael Cochran's death.
Yes.
What's the significance of an autopsy being done 4 years after death?
Well, I think in this, speaking specifically with this case, unfortunately, again, the embalming is not perfect, as we saw 7 months. So although there's no photographs, there was a description written by Dr. Uribe that the body was nearly skeletonized. There was some residual tissue, but mainly bones. And so obviously that decomposition has continued. Mr. Cochran's body was, buried again and then had to be re-exhumed. So again, his body's undergoing decomposition to almost no tissues remaining. And the ones that he had described that were there with the body were all very disintegrated in a medical bag and a plastic bag. So you can't really make any further conclusions from them. They're not intact anymore to make anything meaningful.
Because of the advanced state of decomposition, which has continued, does it make it harder to reach a conclusion in an autopsy?
So we have 2 autopsies here with 2 varying stages of decomposition, one obviously far more advanced than the other. But anytime we have decomposition, you really are working with not as perfect a body as it had been when he first died. So obviously, when I get asked the question, when do I need to autopsy my loved one? Usually I say within a week to really get meaningful results. And as time goes on, even with embalming, as you've seen, there's decomposition because the way our tissues react, they're just going to start disintegrating. They're not healthy living tissues anymore because the person's not living. And so you're automatically handicapped to make some diagnoses. It's still very worthwhile doing a decomposition or decomposed autopsy. You want to make sure there's no trauma, there's no big, you can see some diagnoses, even natural diagnoses, you can see trauma, even some toxicology can be done, but it's still a hindrance due to the decomposition being there. And actually, in decomposition autopsies, there's an extensive explanation that I, sort of qualify the description of the organs, as well as the toxicology lab has to be, notified that, hey, this is not an ideal specimen. This is a decomposed specimen. And sometimes you even can't send as good a specimen to do the testing because it's not available anymore.
Now, if you can answer this question, fine. If you can't, that's fine too. In general, if an autopsy is done 7 months after death and an autopsy is done 4 years after death, would the results in the first autopsy be more easily quantified or valid, let's say, than the second autopsy?
I think that's a very broad question.
Okay.
I can speak that, again, it's still worth examining a body at any time. I really look at it when, even with decomposition present, you want to make sure there's no identifiable trauma. So even some, in skeletonized remains, I've done many of those. You look at the bones to make sure there's no fractures, tool marks, gunshot wounds, anything like that. Do the bones tell you about the patient? Sometimes you can have surgery remnants, right? You can have hardware, you can have skull fractures, whatever it may be. We x-ray them, we look at them. That can be very meaningful. You can do DNA on bone, etc. But as the organs and soft tissues decompose, more information is leaving, right? So as time goes on, less and less information is available to make, I guess, like toxicologic analyses, even looking under the microscope, even at 7 months, you can see with moderate decomposition, it's not a worthwhile exercise.
I believe that Dr. Kubitschek took some tissue samples, or was it Dr. Uribe, for toxicology analysis? Do you remember?
Yes, so Dr. Kubitschek did. Yes. So there was at least clotted blood and maybe some tissue samples that he sent. I don't have the report in front of me, but I know that was the analysis that resulted in the midazolam, that one therapeutic, meaning medically given, prescribed medicine in his blood detected.
But generally speaking, those slides were pretty much useless. And I believe Dr. Uribe said he couldn't make any definitive findings as to those slides. Is that correct?
Sorry, just to clarify, I was speaking about the toxicology.
Okay. I'm talking about the slides.
I see. Maybe I misspoke or misunderstood. Excuse me. When you talk about slides, slides are where we look under the microscope. So the way it works is you have to have a light and you have to have the glass slide that has a very thin, even thinner than paper layer of tissue on there. So that tissue means it's a section cut from the organ you want to look at. So heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, whatever it may be. And it's specially prepared in a lab, and it has at baseline usually pinks and purples to help me with my trained eye, or my colleagues like Dr. Kubitschek or Dr. Uribe look under the microscope and make an interpretation. But that also, again, depends on the integrity of the tissues. So as the tissues fall apart, the detail under the microscope is no longer available. So I don't recall exactly what Dr. Kubitschek's conclusions were if he took slides, but I know Dr. Uribe basically didn't submit them because no meaningful diagnosis could be made. The tissue was in such unrecognizable, decomposed state that it's not worth anybody's time, effort, or money to do it.
Analytic purposes, those tissue slides were pretty much useless. Is that correct?
I'm not even sure he made slides. I thought he just retained them in little plastic containers in case he needed to, but I don't think he even made the slides. His comment was that it was something like no meaningful diagnoses could be made from them.
Pretty much useless, right?
Yes.
At paragraph 5 of your report, you discuss the documenting of Mr. Cochran's pseudoephedrine prescription, and then you discuss benzodiazepines, which were positive in his urine. How are these two substances related, and what's the significance of them?
Okay, so there are two medications that are controlled, meaning they have medical uses, but they're also regulated because they can be abused. So that's why each state usually has a prescription drug monitoring program. And as a part of the investigation and medical records, I received the printout for Mr. Cochran. That printout has a log that he was on pseudoephedrine for many months. However, benzodiazepine is a controlled substance, meaning like it's a medication, has plenty of medical uses, but also has potential for abuse. And there was no tracked benzodiazepine on anywhere. Actually, I didn't have it in his list of medical medications at home, and I did not have it on the state prescription drug monitoring program. So I'm sorry, just to conclude
from your discussion and report, could Mr. Cochran, prior to death, have overdosed on benzodiazepines?
So yes, that's where I was leading, that a urine toxicology when someone shows up at a hospital with altered mental state, meaning they're not talkative, they're confused, or they're not responding. That's why it aids doctors and clinicians that maybe we can find out what's in him because he can't tell us, and maybe that'll help us undo the effects of it, and if it'll allow him to wake up. Does that make sense? And so that is one. Overdose is a possibility. I have no idea which benzodiazepine this is. I don't know how much it is. It could be one, it could be more than one. I have no idea. I just know that that was a very strange result given that he's not prescribed this at home. And then again, it's a drug of abuse, meaning if you're not prescribed it and you're using it, that is misuse of a prescribed medicine, or unprescribed medicine for that matter. I know you can get it off the internet. I've had other cases related to benzodiazepine overdose that could be illicit, if you will. So I think that's a strong differential given.
Let me interrupt you right
Okay.
here and clarify. Did you state in your report that benzodiazepine overdose is a common cause of death alone or in combination with other substances?
Yes, at least where I've practiced, benzodiazepines are often misused, abused, if you will, and if taken in excess can cause overdose, as I said, alone, or it's often used with many other substances that may or may not show up on a urine drug screen.
Okay. Did Mr. Cochran, prior to death and according to the medical records, exhibit any symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose?
I mean, any overdose, the way it affects your body, in a benzodiazepine.
I'm asking specifically, Mr. Cochran, in your review of the medical records,
Yes.
did he exhibit symptoms of benzodiazepine overdose, and what symptoms are indicative or indicate possibly benzodiazepine overdose?
Sure. So they're non-specific, but respiratory arrest where he stops breathing. He can aspirate gastric contents into his lungs, like meaning vomit will come up and he'll breathe it in. Confusion, collapse, all of that is possible as the excess medication use and abuse causing overdose.
Can it cause seizures?
Not usually.
Okay.
I think, just to clarify, I think if he's in a prolonged state due to an overdose where his brain is deficient of oxygen, that could have seizure-like activity because the brain is injured. But the medication in and of itself does not cause seizures. It can sometimes be given for seizures.
Is hypoglycemia related to benzodiazepine overdose?
I think it could be. I don't know that it's directly related, but I think once the body starts getting in dysfunction and disarray, you can see hypoglycemia.
Okay. So it might have been a possible cause of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that possible?
Benzodiazepine overdose is in the differential.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Let's take our afternoon break right now. Members of the jury will break for 10 or 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
Maybe they're gonna eat the leftovers pizza for lunch in their break. It's just really interesting, this part, the Sudafed part. I mean, literally in the UK, you can just buy it out of the supermarket, like Walmart or Target, stuff like that, and you can just buy it. You go to the aisle, it's there, you buy it, you go to the till, and you pay for it, and you just go home with it. And like, and it's the same thing with like paracetamol. But let's see if
Doctor, it would be improper for you to talk to Mr. Selden or anyone else about proposed lines of testimony or cross-examination. I'm sure you understand that. But with that admonition, you're free to walk about and relax for 10 or 15 minutes.
wow, that is crazy. Case one. It's just the to keep a record of that. It's like, oh, you buying it again? You're having a cold again or something? No, it's like that is just crazy. It's like, for example, oh wow. So like here, for example, as well, I don't know if it is the same thing there, but I think it is. You can buy paracetamol just over the counter, like in the supermarket, like Target, Walmart, etc. And over here, the same thing. You can buy paracetamol. You can only buy 2 at a time, right? The paracetamol here, and you can not buy more than 2 at a time in that transaction, because they will stop you, and it is illegal here to buy more than 2 paracetamol. So if you need a lot of paracetamol, you have to do like a row of to go into all the supermarkets in the area that you live and buy paracetamol. If you have like a surgery or something, or if you need like painkillers or anything, you have to do that. But then again, in Portugal, where I'm originally from, you need a doctor's prescription to buy paracetamol. You can't buy in Portugal over the counter paracetamol. You just have to go to the doctor, and then to go to the doctor you have to pay to go there to get some simple paracetamol for your headache and ibuprofen and the sorts of thing. It's just very interesting how like things work in different countries. It's just really nice to see and get to know. This theme is interested for me. I'm really enjoying it. It's just the slowness of the attorney that is killing me. Is just being a little bit slow, and well, is being himself, but is a little bit slow. So I, like we said, we're talking, is I really hope that it doesn't do the closings. Otherwise we all gonna have a snooze fest and be sleeping for about an hour, and then, well, what we could do is just try to catch up on that. No, I'm joking. We'll be watching live. So earlier I was just talking about this case out of, well, the interesting fact is this case is out of Colorado. The mom unalived, sadly, her kids, and then she ran away to over here to the UK, to London. So, and then because London has a treaty that of not extradite people, apparently, don't quote me on that. So she had to go to court because, you know, in America has made a plea to the courts and to the police and to the government over here in the UK about this case. She went to court, and then she got her motion rejected. So she got her motion to stay in the UK to fight the extradition cause. So she is gonna go back to the US, back to Colorado, to face charges on the unaliving of her kids. So so they are hoping that this case goes to trial either still this year or maybe in the beginning of 2026. And it is going to be interesting because apparently the people in Colorado, the DA in Colorado is trying to get witnesses that of people that have welcomed in London and everything into the trial. So that is going to be a very interesting case to follow. It's just a bit of an update. I've been following this case for a bit because it has been quite big over here in the UK because people have been talking about to the facts, you know, your politics and all of that sort of stuff, but we won't go into that. Sorry, Toxic. I was not ignoring. I was like, it could be by accident, or she couldn't have helped him. Because my theory is still on the fact that she knew what she was doing. She's a pharmacist. She has a knowledge. In terms of like the insulin and medication and everything, she probably was watching him doing that, And then with all the Ponzi scheme and everything else, she got the idea of, oh, let me help him a little bit more, because no one is going to really notice if I do like poison him or anything, because he's already so beaten down and so suffering, like his organs are so suffering about all the plate full of pills and everything. And then she just accelerated his demise in terms of there. But then again, the state doesn't has any proof really against her, so I think it's inclined. I don't want to like say for 100% sure, but it's look like again she's gonna get away with it, and she's gonna be, yeah, um, well, exactly. And that is true, Toxic, and I agree with you. I've come to the realization that she's probably gonna get away with it, and it's a fact that, well, we have to live with it. At least she ain't going anywhere for the next 10 years, because she's still in prison anyway. But and she's gonna live with the fact of hopefully her conscience, if she has one, because I don't think someone that has stolen everybody else's money has really a conscience anymore. Um, but it is what it is. I mean, in the end of the day, what is gonna help? But it's just, the one thing is that's still in my mind is, how did she have? Why did she had insulin? Well, and in the first place, was her insulin, or was Michael's, or was it even the kid next door? Because one thing is, doesn't not the bottles in America, right? You guys can help me out on this, please. Doesn't it has the name of the person in the bottle of medication? I thought it had the name to who it was prescribed to. At least that's what I've seen in TV shows. But, well, don't quote TV shows to get knowledge of concrete stuff, isn't it? But that's what I thought, that it had the name of the person. So I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. Um, so it's just interesting, because I don't think that she's gonna be found guilty. And yeah, I think. Sorry, 1 second, everyone. Sorry, I was muted. Great professionalism. Yay. So the box has the name and not the patent, but what about the bottle ID? Like, because it is interesting, because that's what I was thinking the other day, right? See, thinking if the insulin had a name, and probably would have been, is on the name of the friend, of the friend's son that the insulin belonged to. She either that, Nightbot, or she either got the medicines from her friend, or she was a pharmacist herself, so she had very easy access to any medication. She couldn't have just gotten at work, or when she was at work, and store it, because then she wasn't not anymore at work because of the Ponzi scheme that was going on. Um, that is actually a great idea, Lewis. I was thinking of making some, because I was like, oh, I wanted to give her some, but I am trying to see how in the UK is. Oh, sorry. Uh, I, I need to find a way of setting up my own like media company and things like you can do in the US, but I don't think you can do that easily in the UK. So I need to investigate that. But it's something that it was actually on my mind, Lois, and I really appreciate that idea. Is there a charge? There is, but I don't think she has been charged with that. I think because I think there is a charge that you can be charged with. I think that would be a misdemeanor or anything. But I believe there is. But I don't think she has been charged with that. But and if she's found not guilty, she can't be charged with anything related to this case anymore because of the double jeopardy thing. So the state there could have gotten that charge on, but then that would be what, a slap on the wrist, basically, probably almost, because I don't think they would really bother with that. I don't know. Um. Oh, okay. We're in the box. Okay, that is interesting. 'Cause I was just thinking about that the other day. Because I know the medicines in the UK that was an information. Um, I would have loved to see the indictment on this case. I would absolutely love it. If anyone has it, like if you would like to share, let me know. I would obviously give you credit for it, but that would be amazing because sadly, West Virginia it's a state that we can't. I don't know how to get documents from West Virginia, and I don't think we've tried out the Discord people. But yeah, that would have been amazing to read the indictment and to have a different kind of perspective, the lead investigator on this perspective on the indictment and all of the evidence. Yeah, difficult when I ask her where and why she was well, probably it was so. It's just interesting, like, because I'm learning a lot how the medical side thing works in the US, because I think with every case, with every trial that we're gonna have, it's gonna be completely different, and we're gonna be learning things that probably I never thought I was going to be learning a lot about insulin and about how medicines work in the US and how you get to them. And but all I am interesting because he used to get the medicine, all the like vitamins and whatever, the plate full of pills that he was taking, he was getting from Mexico. And the daughter and the son knew, and she knew about it too. So I'm wondering that if Natalie knew, she could have changed them with something else different, or because if it is illegal, or you're not 100% sure exactly what you're getting is what you ordered, because you could be ordered. I'm just gonna do an analogy that doesn't have to do with the case or anything. You could order strawberries and get kiwis, in a way. So yeah, the vials box number of doses. Oh, okay. See, this is just why this is something that I don't really understand in terms of the insulin, and it's different medical systems, because I think here in the UK probably would be kind of in a way, but we'll never know because we can buy Sudafed over the counter, and sadly you guys can't, and which is interesting to know that the difference and how the systems work. So yeah, so should be back anytime now. Was what I've lost. Um. Oh, sorry. Excuse me 1 second. I just need to give the phone to Nightbot. 1 second. Sorry. People want to reach Nightbot to contact me instead of contacting him because they know it's easier to reach me than having to go directly to him. I was saying that court, it should be back in about 10 minutes. We have 10 minutes to talk probably a little bit more about my experience in court. What was I? Does anyone remember what was I? I don't remember. Uh, I was like, I don't want to repeat myself too much because otherwise it's gonna be a little bit boring. Um, but I don't remember where was I. Sometimes I have a very good memory, but because it's not getting late, but I am getting tired, so my memory is not working. So whatever. I don't know where I was. We'll just crack on with anything. Um, I I'm hoping I am hoping that the defense rests today. because if they do drag to tomorrow, considering that they still have to go do over the jury instructions, because at least on camera they haven't gone through jury instructions unless I've missed something. So they still need to finalize them probably if they haven't done yet. So I am expecting tomorrow to be closings and verdict watch on this case. So oh, so you're just reading. Oh, wow. I was like, I really appreciate all your like investigation and all the information toxic that you are providing, and it is very useful and very informative to have a little bit of a more in-depth knowledge of how things work and what is metamorphin. I don't ask me to pronounce complicated words, which is good thing that is in chat. If you want to reference about toxic, has been posting some more information in depth about some medication, some how things work more in depth. She's a great mod. I love her. Like I was saying, I'm expecting that tomorrow we'll have closings of this case. There's still no news about the jury being selected in the other case, so they might carry on jury selections tomorrow. So we'll see what happens in terms of that case, because I am hoping that it's gonna get live streamed, because there is Core TV announcing that they are gonna be streaming, but you never know with them, because they have two ways. You have them on YouTube, which you can like watch and whatever and whatnot, but then they have as well on their website, which is the TV side that they go live with, and it's not the full trial, it's just snippets of it, which I hope it doesn't happen with the new case that we are following. um Oh, sorry. In where? Yeah, probably. So you can't. Hang on. Vitamins. What kind of vitamins are we talking about? Toxic. Normal vitamins like vitamin D, vitamin A, and all of those, or the other type of vitamins. You can't buy them in over the counter. Hang on, sorry. I just want to wait for this response because I'm actually quite intrigued. Because how can you not buy them over the counter in America? Hmm. I'll just wait for that answer. Well, while we wait, we're just talking. That's yeah. The plan is a little bit up in the air. There is a lot of trial starting, so there is not shortage of material. But I am very interested in the Colin Griffith guy, since we did the research stream on Friday. I was gonna say Saturday. So yeah. Oh, I was talking about that earlier. I posted earlier, and I can post it again, a link tree link there. We're gonna have some cool stuff there. Um we're gonna have some like timelines for cases that we're following. We're gonna have the spreadsheets soon enough with analytics of the cases that we follow, and maybe other ideas that I need to come up with that will be on Linktree. Is a way where I can share documents with you guys, and you guys can have access to them. I did a timeline for this new case that we are following. So I went over the sheriff's indictment conference thing that we watched, and then another reports, another research about dates and what and things that happened to make sure well, not that I'm doubting him because he's the sheriff, whatever. It's just to get more information about in terms of dates and everything. I correlate that information with other sources as well. So, and I created a timeline for the case. I will show it here, but I don't want to mess the feed and the screen thing. So at the end of the trial tonight, tonight for me, this afternoon for you guys, please someone remind me. I'll ask Nightbot to remind me to, or Toxic please to remind me to share the timeline with you guys. So if you can't access the link tree, you can see it on here. And then I was thinking throughout the trial, we can always reference to it if we have any questions or if we have anything, or and I can show it daily, maybe in the beginning of the trial or something. I could find a way to put it on screen, but that would be too small for anyone to see it. So there is no really point of me sharing I can. There's no, it's not an objection. But it would just be too small. But I mean, if you guys want it, you guys want it. I'll try to do what you guys want and get it sorted. I'm also working on getting a counter or something like that sorted. And I still need to work on a soundboard because I haven't done that yet. But it's only Monday. We still have the whole week to go. And hang on. What time did they go for break? Does anyone remembers?
All right. Are there any matters we need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you. Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Very well. Bring in the jury, please. Deputy Fry.
I was checking on what time they're gone because it's been 21 minutes since they've been gone for break. So it's just still to confirm. Still no 24-hour live stream. They are not back on time. I was just too distracted in talking. So it was quick because I was talking a lot tonight, but they're still not on time. So still no 24-hour live stream. We'll see if this is the trial that makes me. We need to find something else to do next court, but we'll get there when we get there. But still not gonna be this one.
All right, we continue with the direct examination of Dr. Banerjee. You may proceed, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up where we left off, at the top of page 4, the first complete paragraph, you state that although it is not studied well, hypoglycemia is a real and life-threatening condition that may occur in benzodiazepine poisoning. And you go on to say, thus, this is a real possibility for Michael Cochran's cause of death. If I am interpreting that correctly, what you're saying is benzodiazepine may cause hypoglycemia. Then the hypoglycemia may result in death. It's kind of a progression. Is that a correct interpretation?
Correct. I say that this unknown benzodiazepine at unknown levels, there's reports of benzodiazepines causing low blood sugar and could be critically low, as in his case, to then cause death. I don't know that to be a fact, but it's in the differential.
So benzodiazepine poisoning may cause hypoglycemia. Is that correct?
Yes, there was an article that I cited related to that matter.
Okay. like to go to paragraph 6 on page 4.
Mhm.
You state that, quote, the focus on hypoglycemia as the sentinel, or most important, abnormality is surprising. What do you mean by that?
I get further into it in the discussion, but basically, when Mr. Cochran presented, not only was he not alert, not responding to commands, et cetera, when they tried to figure out what was wrong with him, there were multiple laboratory abnormalities. So they drew his blood, analyzed it, and there were a whole bunch of laboratory abnormalities, including the hypoglycemia, but also elevated white blood cell count. And then that had a part of it when they look at what's composing that white blood cell count called neutrophils. Those are like the soldiers that fight infection. Those were high in number.
Let me stop you right there and ask a quick question. Elevated white blood cell count is more or less showing that there's some kind of infection in the body or some kind of toxins, because white blood cells fight infection. Is that correct?
Especially this component of white blood cells that's now increased the number. They're like the first responders, the neutrophils. And it wasn't just the neutrophils were high, but there's another enzyme called lactate that they tested that was also high, that can be seen in sepsis. So it's sort of like painting the picture that, again, that differential, like what could be wrong with him. You then really worry maybe there's an undetected, untreated infection that's causing him to be in this state.
Okay, so, and if this infection was present, which the white blood cells elevated count would indicate, was there any explanation for what this infection is, how it may have occurred, anything about the infection itself?
No. So the clinicians in the ER did say suspected infection, but they did not say what the suspected source was. They just gave him IV antibiotics. And I don't remember which antibiotic, my apologies. But nonetheless, they are also concerned that he was sick from an infection. So it's better to just give him antibiotics and we'll try to stabilize him and then possibly figure it out. That was never figured out from a source, but they did give him intravenous antibiotics. So it got into his body right away.
Okay, now, some mysterious infection in Michael Cochran's body, could that be a possible cause of Michael Cochran's death, either alone or in combination with other things?
Definitely. So if a infection becomes overwhelming and into the blood and really taking over the body, it can be serious enough to cause death.
You talk about there being no suspicion for insulin overdose or self-administration as the cause of Michael Cochran's seizures and coma. I want to make a point here. You listened to some of the testimony. Did you hear any of the testimony that said Michael Cochran did routinely inject himself with insulin? Did you hear any of that?
I think there was some suggestion. I don't remember who said it.
Okay.
It wasn't in the records that I reviewed and made this report based on.
Okay. So given that testimony, an overdose by self-administration is a possibility, right?
After that testimony was given, it's in the differential diagnosis.
Okay. moving on down the page. Would you discuss the broad list that you go through of potential causes of hypoglycemia other than an insulin injection?
Sure, this is a very long list. So I think I've used the word differential diagnosis a few times, and it's what we're taught in medical school and then into practice. You consider all the possibilities, some may be more likely than others, but you do testing to sort of tease that apart. Does that make sense? I sort of work broad and then narrow down. And so when you think about hypoglycemia in a living individual or even postmortem, you have to think what's contributing to this. And so this is a very long list. Do you want me to go through it item by item?
No, just
Okay, we'll read the broad diagnoses and then go from there. So medication induced, that should probably be, whether it be prescribed or not. Alcohol falls into there, some antibiotics.
okay. Let me stop you here. Now, you're listing other possible causes of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Is that what you're doing?
I'm listing what's called the differential diagnosis, whether it's applicable to him or I think this is organized medical way of approaching this laboratory abnormality, and it applies to him. Was this a possibility in him? It's how you have to think. And then if you go so myopic and pinpoint, you might miss something important. So it's always broad to narrow.
Okay. So these are possible causes, not necessarily in Mr. Cochran.
This
but
is medical,
possible.
right?
Okay.
All sorts of causes. So
Okay.
medication related, which alcohol or other unexplained medications may be there. Endocrine. So endocrine is like what Dr. Krieger practices. That's working of glands and hormones in the body. There can be various abnormalities. Pancreatic tumors. That's why I was saying that sometimes we really look at the pancreas to try to see if there's a identifiable tumor. Sometimes they're so small that you really need like an MRI or like a radiology to pinpoint them, but they can be so subtle but still cause medical problems. And then there's other sort of broader issues such as liver disease, in certain cases, malnutrition, starvation, critical illness, so like sepsis, which is that overwhelming infection in the body. You can have certain surgeries, like your immune system can attack insulin in and of itself, even though you have a working pancreas, genetic disorders, sometimes eating disorders like over-exercising, not eating enough, that can
Okay.
really throw your body.
Let me interrupt you there for just a moment, okay?
Yes.
You say that other causes include liver disease. Were you aware in the medical records that at some point it was revealed that Michael Cochran, prior to death, had some problems with his liver enzymes?
I'm aware that they're elevated. Usually when I talk about liver disease being a cause of hypoglycemia, it's not just any liver disease, it's severe liver disease.
Okay, but that could be an indicator of liver disease causing hypoglycemia, possibly.
Quite possibly, I'm not clear on the extent of his liver disease.
Okay. You list severe malnutrition or starvation. Were you aware that at certain times, Michael Cochran didn't feed himself adequately, trying to cut his weight for bodybuilding?
I'll take that at face value. I don't know his personal history.
Okay. You say critical illness, sepsis. Sepsis is infection, right?
Correct.
You say immune hypoglycemia. What is that?
It's a rare cause. It's anti-insulin antibodies. So anything autoimmune means your body's reacting to itself.
Okay.
And in this case, it would be a very rare circumstance that your body's attacking its own insulin and then getting rid of it so that your body thinks you don't have it.
And again, these are possible causes
Right.
of hypoglycemia.
Right.
Okay. On down, you talk about non-pancreatic tumors. We've talked about pancreatic tumors already, right?
Correct.
And these are other tumors in the body.
Yes, and I'm no expert in this field, but my understanding is so different tumors can do whatever they want. And there's something called paraneoplastic syndrome. So these tumors that are already abnormal, they're doing their own thing, can start making chemicals that in the body that act like insulin or could even make insulin potentially, but your body's getting those signals, even though it's not from a normal pancreas, if that makes sense.
Okay. Now, just to fill in a little bit of information, insulin promotes blood glucose or blood sugar, right? Most often, especially in diabetics.
Yes, you need insulin.
You list skipping meals. Is that a real possibility in a bodybuilder who's trying to cut weight?
I'm not really clear on that. I mean, skipping meals potentially, I think it could be. It probably depends on how severe it is. And it's not something I'm an expert in quantifying. I think it can be a slippery slope to get into a malnourished state that
Okay.
could affect electrolytes or, glucose levels.
You say increased exercise without sufficient nutrition. If Michael Cochran was exercising furiously and he wasn't feeding himself properly or sufficient, that could be a cause of his hypoglycemia. Would that be a correct inference?
I think it's in the list of possibilities.
Okay. Let's go down to paragraph 7. May I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I've collected what was previously marked defendant's exhibit number 10. I'd like to show that to the witness.
All right.
It's my turn.
Dr. Banerjee, this is an exhibit that was previously introduced. You created this table that's reflected in defendant's exhibit number 10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also have that in your report, page 6. I'm going to put both of them on the viewer if I can, or just your chart on page 6. Okay? This is your unaltered table. This is the one that the jury has seen previously,
I see. Okay.
except for my handwritten notations as to a conversion of military time to regular time and my circling of certain entries. They're pretty much the same thing. Would that be
Yes. Yes.
correct? Okay.
I think they're identical. You just highlighted some stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, with time conversion,
All right.
but the data is not altered.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I think I'm going to use your chart, which is unaltered. Okay.
Sounds good.
I'm handing this back to the clerk.
Just like, thank you.
Now, Dr. Banerjee, at paragraph 7 of your report, which hopefully you're looking at, you discuss Mr. Cochran's hypoglycemia when he reached the hospital and a timeline of his sugar levels at pages 5 and 6 of your report. And we have page 6 shown.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you created this chart, did you not?
I did.
And it was based on information that you got from the medical records. Is that correct?
Correct. So the date and time plus the glucose.
I'm going to get into that.
Okay, sir.
I'm going to ask you questions about that.
Okay.
I want you to look at the headings at the top of the chart. And I'm talking specifically about right here. Okay?
Okay.
The first asterisk notation at the top is that the alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6th of 2019. I want to clarify that. Because there's no information reported as to an exact time that Mr. Cochran was allegedly injected with exogenous Lispro insulin, you chose 12 noon on February 6th, 2019, correct?
Yes, based on my review of the investigative information and the medical records, it appeared that that was basically, again, it's approximate. So
Okay.
I'm not saying it's noon, but it's around then that they were saying the event or his problem started.
It's kind of a guess from you, from all these records, because we don't have any exact time, correct?
Correct. There's no exact time, but if I made that assumption, and that's why I asterisked it, that to make a meaningful calculation, I just chose, when they say noon, I chose the number evenly, 12:00, as a time to calculate as a starting time point.
And that information is essentially gathered from when it's alleged Michael Cochran passed out and when he got to the hospital and a series of events after that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The second heading right here, and you can't see it very well, but it says hypoglycemia is sugar less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. Correct?
Correct. That was the medical definition of hypoglycemia, as I understand it.
Okay. And you remember Dr. Krieger's testimony. She kind of went back and forth. She estimated, but she said at your first timeline, February 6th of 2019, and you've got 2020, which is 8:20 p.m., right?
Correct, on the 6th.
She said, in reference to these questions, that a reading of 21 blood glucose was certainly hypoglycemia or indicated hypoglycemia, right?
I don't recall exactly, but I would agree with that statement.
Okay. But you chose 70 milligrams, and you say that's based on your research and the literature you reviewed. Is that correct?
Sure. So hypoglycemia is a range or a critical level, if you will, a critical blood sugar. And my understanding and research is that anything below 70 is abnormal, and the lower you get, the more abnormal it is.
The first column is date and time, right?
Yes.
The second column is the reported blood glucose levels in Michael Cochran's body, or allegedly, right?
Yes.
Third column is the hours since the alleged event, and you're picking 12 noon as the alleged event when you believe he may or may not have been introduced with exogenous insulin.
So, right. So let me just clarify. The blood glucose wasn't an allegation. These are laboratory values I've extracted from the medical record. So they're the exact numbers. And again, I had to define a starting point as an assumption, and then those hours are how long after we're looking at those, at that time stamp, if you will, the resultant blood glucose.
Dr. Halsey today testified that he thought the activity of Lispro insulin, or how long it's working in the body, was 4 to 6 hours. Did your research in the literature indicate the same thing?
Yes. So my main source was the manufacturer's insert that has all the sort of description, dosing, and what's called pharmacodynamics, how it works in the body. So it goes through what the activity of this is, because I'm not diabetic.
Okay.
So I had to educate myself.
And I just want to clarify that statement.
Right.
You're talking about if Lilly Pharmaceutical is the manufacturer of this type of insulin.
Yep.
They put a information sheet or sheets in with the Humalog insulin, and they have all of this data in that information, correct?
Correct. I'm familiar with insulin, but I had to refresh my mind with the details of this short-acting insulin. And so what Dr. Halsey said was supported with that literature. It's 4 to 6 hours of, the longest it'll act in the body is 4 to 6 hours.
Okay, and another point of information I have to make clear to the jury. Is it your estimation that once Humalog Lispro insulin is introduced into the body, although it's fast acting, it still takes time to work, approximately 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is deemed a fast-acting insulin that starts to work about 10 to 15 minutes after injection.
Okay. The first reading has a blood glucose level of 21. Where did that information come from, if you recall?
Yeah, it's within the first pages of his medical records when he presented.
Okay. Now, the significance of that is the hours after insulin was allegedly introduced to Mr. Cochran's body. This is 8 hours and 20 minutes afterwards, right?
Yes, approximately.
Can Humalog Lispro insulin possibly be working in the body 8 hours and 20 minutes later?
I can only...
From your research
Right.
and your literature.
Exactly. The way I was, that it's been described and I read about, the maximum window of action is up to 6 hours. So we're beyond that time in this chart.
And you have listed in the last column, was Lispro active in his body? You state no at that first entry, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm not going to go through all of these listings because the jury's seen it before.
Okay.
Would you describe for me the important blood glucose readings which you have marked in bold?
Sure. It's just for ease of reading and pointing out the events which were hypoglycemia as defined by blood sugar less than 70. There were a total of 4 events during his hospitalization, the first occurring at presentation, and then subsequently on February 7th, there were 3 events throughout the day, or throughout the morning, from little after midnight all the way through 10:30 in the morning. There were 3 other episodes of hypoglycemia.
Okay. I'm pointing to the first one, correct?
Correct. That's his presentation. Yes.
I'm pointing to the next one, which is right here.
Yes, the second bolded number.
Okay. The third one is right here.
Correct.
And the last bold one is right here.
Yes, the bold doesn't necessarily come through as clearly on the
Yeah,
projection.
that's why I'm trying to point them out.
Got it. Okay.
Now, according to your chart, your research, all the information that you've gathered, if Michael Cochran was allegedly injected with Lispro Humalog insulin, and its activity is 4 to 6 hours, can you affirmatively state that these listings definitively show Michael Cochran could not have been injected with Humalog Lispro insulin to cause these blood glucose readings?
Correct. That this far out, starting 8+ hours out, and based on the nature of Lispro, these are not resulting from that administration.
There was testimony that the volume or amount of Humalog Lispro insulin introduced in the body changed the duration of activity. Is that what you discovered?
Well, I think that's a complicated question. You can't really inject anybody safely with a volume to test it. What Lilly has said, they don't specify dosages, okay? They just say that upon administration to the body, this is the peak time. Like it starts working at 10 to 15 minutes, it peaks at 1 hour, and then when it fades off, it still has activity up to 6 hours. That's all I can use as a reference.
Okay. Now, if Michael Cochran were injected with another dose at a later time from 12 noon on February 6th,
okay,
that would actually confirm your listings. In other words, it would put the timeline farther out and the blood glucose levels could not be affected by a second injection later on. It would, because your first reading is 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection. If someone injects later, it pushes everything back, right?
correct. This chart is based solely on the assumptions of a single administration around noon. Okay, I was not aware or did not calculate anything based on any other times.
And I think you may have answered this, but I'm going to ask again. Does the volume of insulin introduced affect the duration of the activity in the body. Is its duration still 4 to 6 hours? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Can I just clarify that answer?
Sure.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, I'm basing my information completely based on the manufacturers and and published literature. Everywhere that I've read about Lispro, Lispro insulin, that's the time range that's given. It's never differed. It's really reliable. We have a lot of diabetic patients that use it, and it's given basically around meal times too. When you eat, you've got to have a response that diabetics don't have. And so it's well timed out to help them respond to the carb load, the glucose load from meals. So everywhere I've read, it's 10 to 15 minutes after injection, peaks at 1 hour, lasts anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. And I was not provided anything in the literature or the insert to say otherwise.
So the literature and your research, et cetera, doesn't address the volume question and the duration of activity. Is that right? There's no literature or information about that. As far as you know.
I mean, volume is dependent on the dose you need, the units, which is calculated based on a carbohydrate load. And this is going beyond my expertise because I'm not an endocrinologist.
Okay.
But
okay.
I don't know anything further about Lispro than what I stated.
Fair enough. In a kind of summary and conclusion, all of this discussion that you presented here today in your report, does it indicate, as Dr. Kubitschek stated, that the manner and cause of death are undetermined, and his conclusions and findings say that? He doesn't specifically say any actual manner and cause of death. He says they're undetermined. Do you agree with that finding?
Sure.
Based on all of this testimony in your report?
Yes, my report has detailed my thoughts, and as I've spoken to you today, various factors, regardless of what we think might or might not have happened, the body was decomposed, and both examinations, postmortem examinations, did not help narrow all the possibilities. And so given that, a cause of death is undetermined in my opinion, as well as the manner of death. So causes, why did he die? I cannot tell. And once I can't tell that, although there are various reports of circumstances around his death, I cannot be sure to pigeonhole it further. And so it needs to stay undetermined. So that's how I would certify this death.
Would you agree that any other finding, including Dr. Uribe's conclusion of homicide due to exogenous insulin administration, is unsupported and unsubstantiated by all of your research and testimony?
Yes.
Are your opinions in your report and what you've testified to here today to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And your conclusions, testimony, report, they are in your work as a medico-legal expert and consistent with the standards of your profession?
Yes.
And I believe I've already moved for the admission of Dr. Banerjee's report. If not, I'll do so now.
I think you already have.
Yeah.
That's right, Madam Clerk.
It's 12.
Well, it's been entered.
I have the official copy.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
Okay.
Doctor, you'd agree with me that to make an accurate report and render appropriate opinions, you'd need an accurate history. Isn't that true?
Sure.
Okay. How did you get into this case?
I don't actually remember. I think someone contacted me. I can't tell you. I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when they did contact you, what information were you provided? Just the medical reports that you list there?
There's always, I can just be general because I can't
ahead.
state accurately. So usually when an inquiry comes in for my help, there's some email exchange back and forth. And once I'm officially retained, there's basically saying that I'm going to work on the case that allows me access to the privileged information, such as medical records and investigation. Like no layperson can just ask for that. And so that's where that list of resources that I reviewed was provided to me.
Okay. The actual facts of the case, though, were other than medical records. Where did that come from?
I mean, there's scene photographs. There was potentially some history given to me. I don't recall.
Okay. You don't remember reading any police reports?
I was not given police reports.
You don't remember reviewing any witness statements?
No, I was not given those.
So from what you said about emails, I gather that most of that kind of stuff came from the defense attorneys.
Potentially. My understanding is that a police report was never turned over as discovery. I definitely don't have it in my list.
Okay. You've listed and discussed with us your professional background,
yes,
your work employee. You were the Rhode Island deputy or assistant medical examiner till 21,
yes.
August 21. Why'd you leave there?
Do you want to know? My mom had a massive stroke.
Oh, okay.
So please, I'd rather not get upset. Yeah.
No, don't do that. And you started your Anchor, I believe is the name of your company?
Yes.
In 16?
Yes.
But you're still a contract medical examiner for 2 jurisdictions and then sometimes Vegas as well. Is that right? So Maine, New Hampshire.
It's very sporadic. So like so we are less than 500 medical examiners board certified in the country. So there's unfortunately many more needs than active bodies. So sometimes we're shared, you help out when they need, they'll call, but that's variable. I'm also looking to try to get closer to home. My family needs really require that.
Sure.
And that 3-year interval that you're speaking of is when I took care of my disabled mother at home. So I had a 6-year-old. And so the family needs really pulled me away from being on call 24/7, usually once every 2 to 3 weeks a month. So it gets very busy very quickly, including having to give my 3-month-old to my husband to go to a homicide scene. So you can imagine that that's not necessarily conducive to having, also during COVID. Yeah. So, it sort of became too much. And so I decided to step away for personal reasons.
You've indicated you don't know the number of autopsies and you've done them for years. So
yes.
That's fair. But can you maybe, let's take 2024. Do you know the number you did that year?
I don't, because I was practicing in various areas, but I also do private autopsies. We didn't really get into my full structure of my business as it stands now. So I do this kind of work, which is called expert witness work. I do advise, I interpret autopsies. I do that for lawyers and families. Sometimes they just want to know why their loved one died and they pay for my expertise. Secondly, I also run a private autopsy business. There's not enough, again, forensic pathologists. Just because you die doesn't mean you get an autopsy. And so autopsies, I would say medical autopsies, the ones that are not done by a medical examiner, office, or coroner, whatever the structure may be, because those offices are very heavily inundated with cases that need the legal oversight. I'm hired by families. I've been getting queries every week for private autopsy. So I do those really frequently. And then I also teach. So it's my time is spent, and it's not like I can predict who's going to call me, who's going to, and I don't recall how many I've done, but I do private autopsies at least 2 to 4 a month.
2 to 4 a month. And then, well, that's why I'm trying to get a handle on how many autopsies you did in 24.
I can give you an accurate answer.
Like 300 or less than that?
Probably less than that.
Pardon?
Less than that, probably.
What?
Yeah.
200?
I don't know. Possibly, because between locums and everything else, yeah.
Okay. You ever heard of an outfit called the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, name.
Okay. And are you a member?
Yes.
Do you know what their accreditation standards require in terms of to be, lack of a better word, current or accredited?
I don't.
Okay. You've written a bunch of stuff, a bunch of papers.
Yes.
None of them had anything to do with insulin, did they? Unless
No.
you've written some since 23.
No, I have not.
So you've done no research on insulin as a potential murder weapon or cause of death or anything like that.
I mean, I've performed insulin levels at an autopsy level, but from a research standpoint or publishing on it, I have not done that.
Okay. And you've been on TV a lot and you've done a lot of presentations
Yes.
to national and international organizations. None of those concern insulin either, do you?
No, they do not.
Have you ever been retained in a high profile case for an insulin investigation?
No,
This is your first one.
correct.
Um,
As far as I'm aware, they're also exceedingly rare cases, but yes,
yeah, they are very rare.
yes.
Based upon what you know, wouldn't it be fair to say insulin is almost the perfect weapon if you wanted to kill somebody? It's
I've
pretty
never
close,
tried
isn't it?
and I've never thought of it as a murder weapon. I know it can be administered in fatal levels, and that's in the differential that we went through of hypoglycemia. I never said it wasn't in the differential.
But that's what I'm trying to get at with you, and you can help us out here.
Sure.
If you wanted to kill somebody, and
I
you
personally
wanted to,
never wanted to kill anybody.
Right, that's kind of the generic.
Okay, my life's work is figuring out what happened.
Not the good part. But if you wanted to,
Okay.
it's very, very difficult to detect for a lot of reasons. For instance, you had mentioned a number of tests that could have been done at Raleigh General Hospital to determine insulin level, and they didn't. And once they start treatment, it's too late, isn't it?
Yes.
So in fairness to the emergency room people, somebody comes in with a blood glucose of 21, the natural reaction would be to raise that up by giving them sugar, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But once that happens, no testing is going to help out.
Sure.
And that's what makes insulin such an insidious drug to use. If not you,
That characterization, insulin's used for many, many, many purposes, and the characterization is insidious. I objected.
Overruled.
you may answer. Go ahead, doctor.
I'm sorry, can you just restate?
Sure.
There's a little bit of back and forth there.
Sure. If you wanted to kill somebody,
Which I personally do not.
Which
For
not
the
you.
record, do
I
not.
keep saying you, but please exclude that
Okay.
as directed to you. It's kind of the
Generic, okay.
Yeah. It would be a great weapon to use and not get caught with it.
I think you could use it. I'm not qualifying it as a weapon of, yeah.
All right. If you wanted to kill somebody with insulin, we're not going to use it as a weapon. That would be a very effective way to do it because it's so hard to determine that that's the cause, isn't it?
So from a detection standpoint, if I'm judging it, okay, I'm not talking about the administration and all that. Yes, it's quite difficult. It's a large molecule. It can degrade. You have to suspect it. So it can be challenging to detect. Absolutely.
As understatements go, challenging would be a good way to put it.
Okay.
It's very tough to do.
Correct.
Now, are you familiar with the Clarksburg VA cases?
I don't know.
Okay.
This is my one and only foray into West
Got it.
Virginia.
Oh, well, yeah.
And
I
I'm
understand.
not particularly a nature person, so I don't think I'm like out here otherwise.
You're a city girl.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. So if I could have defendants 12, please.
The chart's right there.
But that's 10.
Oh, 12 is my report.
It is.
I think she may.
Yeah, I have the formal copy if you need it.
You, okay.
Yeah.
Let me borrow it from you, please, Doc. Doctor, let's just go through some of the opinion and supporting facts. And that's what we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
A brief history is that Michael Cochran was 38 years old with possible history of seizure.
Yes.
That's all it is possible. You didn't have anything affirmative in the medical records that said this guy has seizures.
He had a prior episodes,
but did they say he had a seizure disorder, or did they just say he has seizures, or we don't know, suspected?
Right. It was one episode, and I don't know that it was worked up further. So I noted the history of, they said possible seizure disorder, I think resulting from that episode that he had. So that's how I stated it.
Is a possible seizure the same thing as a diagnosis of seizures?
No.
Okay. And the same thing with the possible brain mass. That's not the same thing as here's a brain mass.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
I think what they were lending it, and this is directly extracted from the medical records that I reviewed, that they were trying to see if he had a brain mass as a cause of that seizure, adult onset seizure.
And nobody ever found out.
Not that I'm aware of.
Complained of dizziness and basically fainting. Who did he complain to?
I don't recall.
Okay. He later fell to the floor and was unarousable by his wife. Where did that information come from?
Again, this is within all the materials given to me. I couldn't cite a page number or anything like that.
Okay. She, being the defendant, drove him to the ED. That's the emergency department at Raleigh General?
Correct.
Okay. And he had vomited. You list some other things. You don't put in there that his blood glucose was 21 at this point in your report.
It's 2 paragraphs down. If you see it, it's
Right.
not far because it's still within the background.
It is.
Okay, so I don't really get into the labs until later. So it's all with its partners, all the laboratory results I talk about.
Okay. Investigation showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine. Who did the investigation?
I don't know. There was some report of that.
And it was in the form of a positive urine screen, right?
Well, that's there too.
Okay.
Yes,
But
definitely.
the investigation that showed he was taking some unspecified benzodiazepine, there really wasn't any investigation that you know of, was there?
I can't cite a specific. I don't have the police report either. It was never provided.
Same thing with the anabolic steroids. That's just something somebody reported to somebody else.
Well, yes, and any potential history that is reported by whoever is still important, and that's why I note it. You can't just you take it at face value.
Okay. You note his longstanding use of pseudoephedrine. Was that Sudafed? Is that
That's a brand name in medical school. We're always taught to do the generic, and pseudoephedrine is how it's documented in that West Virginia state report as well.
okay? But I mean, that if that's what he thought he was taking, Sudafed, that would just be a name brand of the stuff you're
So
talking
he
about?
was prescribed it. I don't know, or it was tracked. So I don't know if that's tracked by a pharmacy. I don't know exactly how the states run, but it had a months and months of use documented.
Okay. Back before you started working with dead people, you were doing other doctor stuff, right?
Correct. So I always tell people that I did a year of training to know what it's like to treat living people.
Okay. And had you did a rotation in the ER or ED?
So let me backtrack. So
Go ahead.
My only experience in the ER or ED, we sort of use that interchangeably, is through medical school. My preliminary year that you're referring to, so that means similar to Dr. Halsey, the first year of internal medicine training is what I did at UPenn. So I graduated medical school and did that. I did not have any other emergency room training as a part of that internship. Okay, we would go and get patients. They would get worked up in the ER and then admitted to internal medicine, where I could be their intern, their first doctor, their junior doctor. But I never represent myself to be an ER expert or ER physician.
If one of those patients had presented to you from the ER with a blood glucose of 21, that would have gotten your attention, wouldn't it?
I sure hope so.
Yeah. How come?
Because it's low.
Very low.
Correct. And I'm hoping the ER wouldn't send someone to me up to the floor. I hope they would take care of that. That's to me what an emergency room should do.
In your history of this case, were you told that at one point the defendant made the claim that this Michael Cochran hit his head so hard that he chipped a stone countertop?
I don't know that. I just know that when I read through the medical records, there was a documentation of a fall with possible head trauma. He had a CAT scan done and there was no internal head trauma. As far as I know, there was nothing like a bump or bruise notated in the medical records. That's really what I'm relying on to make my assessment, because obviously histories can vary, as we've discussed. And so I rely more on the medical history and the medical notations made.
Had he hit his head hard enough to cause damage to a stone countertop, you'd expect to find something, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, find something where?
Damage through a CT scan, visible bruising, visible cuts, that kind of stuff.
Right. So I think the method of detection depends on the answer. So whether it's a physical exam, like a bump or a bruise or laceration, yes. Hard falls, as surprising as it is, don't always yield internal injury. So even at autopsy, we see that people who don't catch their falls, they might have a laceration, but they may not have anything internally. And that's why the CAT scan is done. You can have a bump or bruise on the outside. You really need to make sure what's going on the inside. And per my recollection, his CT scan was completely normal.
And from all accounts of both medical and non-medical people, there was no external evidence of trauma.
Not that I saw noted.
Okay. There is a text from the defendant saying that Michael's been asleep since before 9:34 in the morning. There's no evidence after that that he ever regained consciousness. Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that when he allegedly hit his head so hard that he chipped this or broke this countertop, that instead of calling 911, she called two construction guys who carried him from the kitchen floor to the couch? Were you aware of that?
No.
Were you aware that she left him lay on the couch until he urinated himself sometime in the afternoon, about 3 or 4 o'clock?
No.
Were you aware that even after that, she didn't take any steps to get him medical care until she showed up at Raleigh General Hospital many hours later?
I don't have a detail of what happened prior. I just know what happened starting at the hospital presentation.
Okay. If this is a mischaracterization, tell me. But it sounds like you're pretty dismissive of the opinions of Doctors Krieger and Uribe.
I mean, Dr. Krieger's really a clinician. And I think as Dr. Dragovich said, she's not really an expert in classifying cause or manner of death. So I am not here to refute. I don't know honestly, I don't remember a lot of her testimony because it was outside the area of my expertise. I think Dr. Uribe has potentially overstepped. I have a different professional opinion, which I also answered with Mr. Selden, that I think it's the cause and manner of death should both be undetermined based on the condition of the body and what can and cannot be collected from the body or what was, excuse me.
And that's strictly based on the 2 autopsies?
No, and the medical records as well.
Well, you had the benefit of the MRI report from CAMC from February 8th of 2019, didn't you?
It's probably in there. Yes, I'm assuming that's after his initial presentation. So assuming it's there, I don't have it memorized.
No, I understand that, but it showed that massive brain swelling, basically.
Yeah. Oh, yes. There was cerebral edema.
Yeah. But you're not willing to say that you think that caused his death?
So I think if we get into it, cerebral edema is significant, but there's many routes that lead to cerebral edema. Drug overdose is one. Hypoglycemia could be one. But I can't just look at medical records to make a cause of death. That's what the autopsy is there for, okay? So we don't practice in a black box. We always consider the circumstances. We consider whatever records we have made available. But the autopsy is the gold standard, okay? That's where I'm looking at the condition of the body, the organs, and the main data that I take to synthesize my cause and manner of death, along with ancillary studies such as toxicology. So I am here as a forensic pathologist to opine on what I think his cause and manner of death is. And I really can't tell you what that is. His body's too decomposed. And in our field, it is acceptable to use undetermined as a cause of death and undetermined as a manner of death.
It is, but it's also the option of the forensic pathologist to state a determination of what they believe the cause and manner of death was.
They're professional opinions.
They are. The defense has kind of tossed this out here that there were these sinister sounding purchases from Mexico. Where's stage 2? Oh, very funny, Miss Smarty Pants. It's not here. It's the FBI report. Or is that? No, I'm sorry. That's 17, isn't it? Never mind. 17. Dr. Haney, what's been marked for identification, it actually entered into evidence in state 17. Take a quick look at that, please.
Just to advise, I've not seen this previously.
I understand.
Oh, okay. It's quite detailed. Yes. What would you like me to
Well,
look
just
at?
the conclusions.
Oh, sorry.
The testing.
Where is this? Results or the interpretation? There's quite, which one?
Yeah, could I have that back?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Yeah. Take a look at item 3.
Can I just read it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Take time.
Item 3 was a bottle marked in part as quote enclomiphene citrate containing a clear, colorless liquid. It goes on to state it was containing glycerol and letrozole, and clomiphene was not identified.
So the mysterious and sinister sounding Mexican purchased drugs were not what they were purported to be.
It was a different one.
Yeah, it was a different one. Not the same thing at all, is
Your
it?
Honor, I'm objecting to this line of questioning. We don't know what these substances were. They weren't actually clarified. They weren't stated. They're just unknown substances.
Overall.
It's the FBI report. I think it's a known substance. Wouldn't you agree with that, doctor?
I'm just reading what they reported.
Right. But you have no reason to question the FBI lab results, do you?
I'm taking it at face value.
Okay.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, I'm not objecting to the FBI report. I'm objecting to the so-called Mexican substances, which were never documented. We don't know what they were.
Well, the state would agree with that. They were never documented.
I understand the objection is overruled. I'll preserve your exception.
This is a text from the defendant. And I call your attention to this part. Mike was so mad this AM about not being able to go today, he had to take 2 of my blood pressure pills. Did you see any evidence from the medical records of a blood pressure pill in the Michael Cochran system?
I'm sorry, let's clarify. In his system, like a postmortem
Do you have
toxicology?
any medical records that say he had taken 2 blood pressure pills?
I don't have any data to support
No.
that. Okay.
You don't.
And no toxicology.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, the defendant affirms that taken 2 of her blood pressure pills. And you don't know, medically, there's no evidence of that one way or the other. Right?
Okay, I'm not sure how this leads back to my cause and manner of death.
We're going to get
Okay.
there. Bear with me. We're right on the doorstep.
Okay.
At 102, this picture goes out, and the defendant says that she checked his blood glucose, and it was 145. Can you read that?
No.
Oh, there you
It's-
go.
Okay.
Now you can read
Yeah.
that. That's my fault.
Okay. And it's a lot hazier on my screen as well, but yes, it's just a listing of some vital signs and a blood glucose of 145.
And that's it. 105, 106,
I have
102.
no idea the timestamps cut off.
Well, here's another one
Okay.
to a different person.
Okay, yeah. That says a timestamp of 106.
Okay. Bear that time and that number in mind, please.
Okay.
Did you know that?
No, I did not.
At 6:30, the defendant says blood sugar 115.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes, that's what it says in the text message.
We can either use defendant's 10 or we'll just use the same chart from
Oh,
your.
sure. Okay.
Okay. You were not told about those 2 blood glucose level measurements until today. Is that right?
Correct.
The very top of your chart, you base your chart on the assumption that an alleged event occurred at approximately 12 o'clock.
Correct.
The alleged event was what?
That's when he fainted and due to possible exogenous insulin administration.
Would the 2 readings that she claims she got, would that be consistent with a 12 o'clock on a non-diabetic injection?
It could, because I don't know what all is in his system. Obviously, there's some drugs that are not the correct ones. And I have no way of assessing what was in his system. My understanding is he used multiple supplements that are not regulated by the FDA. And, I don't know. And so whether they're foreign, domestic, et cetera, I have no idea what any medication's effects would be on him, his blood glucose, his other vitals, et cetera.
Well, those are all unknowns, and those are fair points. But we do have a known. When he got to Raleigh General 2 hours later, his blood glucose was 21, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in theory, it dropped from 115 to 21 in a couple hours.
Okay.
Now, doctor, you are not expected to be familiar with Raleigh County geography, but I'm going to ask you to assume that this is true. From the defendant's residence on 4H Lake Road to Raleigh General Hospital would be approximately a 30-minute trip. Accept that for the moment, okay? On February 6th of 2019 at 7:30 in the evening, it would be dark, correct?
In this, well, it's February, so right, still winter time. Yes, relatively so. Yes, I would say shorter days.
Now, in your information coming to you was that this defendant drove her husband to the ER.
That's right.
In fact, his best friend drove him to the ER.
Sure.
He was laid out in the back of the SUV, and she was with him. Those are the only three people in the vehicle.
Okay.
It's night. It's 7:30 or so, and by the time they get to Raleigh General Hospital, his blood glucose is 21.
Yes.
Does your chart or does your report in any way negate the possibility that he received one, more than one injection of insulin, or two, when he got it? You don't know.
That chart is solely based on those assumptions as stated. Okay.
Fair
so
enough.
I haven't made other charts based on other scenarios.
Right.
It's all it's that approximation, and anything else would be a chart based on another hypothetical situation.
Based upon your research into Humalog, it would kick in how many minutes? 5 to 25 minutes?
I had 10 to 15, but sure.
10 to 15 minutes?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So that's when the Humalog would be effective.
So what I read, just to restate clearly, is that you administer it 10 to 15 minutes later, it sort of gets into the system and starts acting. It peaks at 1 hour and can last anywhere from 4 to 6 hours.
And the effect of that would be to bring down the blood glucose level, correct?
That's what insulin does, yes.
Doctor, you, on the last portion of your report, you say, I am relying on information you have provided me at the present time. Thus, my opinions are preliminary, may change if other information is offered for me to review. And you reserve the right to change your...
Absolutely.
Since you were not provided with blood glucose readings in the afternoon or the early evening, you were not provided with the circumstances under which the victim or Mr. Cochran got to the hospital. That's all new information to you today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware that the defendant is a trained pharmacist?
I was told that, but I don't know her qualifications.
Okay. Are you aware that she held herself out to be a specialist in diabetes?
I did not know that.
Wouldn't you agree with me that someone with that kind of background and training would be well acquainted with the impact of insulin?
I don't have any way to judge that. I assume so. If she has those qualifications, even as a medical student, I was aware of insulin, and I'm sure parents who have, or other people who deal with diabetes know how insulin works, but I haven't judged her on her qualifications or discussed it with her.
Right. But just as kind of a generic matter, somebody that's a pharmacist and an insulin specialist would certainly be well acquainted with insulin and how it affects the human body.
Correct. If those first two statements are true, then the conclusion would be that he or she should know how insulin works.
Right. Doctor, you've been presented with a bunch of new information today. Has any of that caused you to change or alter your opinion?
No, it has not.
Thank you, doctor.
Redirect Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
Dr. Banerjee, since the prosecutor has brought it up about other cases, what famous cases have you worked on before?
I don't know what's famous per se, but
Well known, a
well,
lot
you
of
get,
notoriety, a lot
I
of
mean,
press coverage.
yeah, it's hard for me to distinguish in the sense that some of them I consult on and some of them I cover as an expert in the media. Personally, I feel very proud. I know I worked on Breonna Taylor's case for the civil suit.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
could you
Breonna
please speak
Taylor.
up a
She
little
was a
bit or-
she
or
was a
get
shooting
closer?
victim. So that was an important interpretation. I worked with an attorney on that case.
Mhm.
I don't want to say more about it, but I cover, I mean, so my work as an assistant medical examiner was dealing with deaths within the state of Rhode Island. One of my cases was made into a forensic files that I was interviewed for, and it's also an A&E show. So I don't know if that's famous, but it's been on TV. My specific work on those cases, it was solving actually a very decomposed person solving that murder. So that's one way, I guess you can say, famous. I work on a litany of cases, and it was asked how I was contacted. It's whoever decides to contact me. And then I also do commentary or whatnot, and I'm presented with very, I would say, more known information where I'm not the primary autopsy pathologist. Okay. And then everything in between, right? When I do legal consulting, I'm given privileged information, right? So I say retained, meaning that I'm allowed to work with the attorneys and get medical records or private information and then give my opinion on the case.
Okay. Now the prosecutor went to great lengths to talk about insulin as a perfect murder weapon, unquote.
Definitely his words, not mine. Yes.
I'm going to clarify
Okay.
that. Now, insulin is not a perfect murder weapon because it can be detected when someone's admitted to the hospital, right? There are tests to detect it then, right?
Tests exist, they can be done.
Right. And even after death, post-mortem, there are tests to test for insulin in the tissues, in the fluids, etc., right?
It's possible. Yes, the body has to be much more intact, so it'd be soon after death, but it can be done.
Right. If you were told that Michael Cochran's body was not cremated, wouldn't any signs of insulin that you could trace or find out about post-mortem be destroyed by cremation?
I mean, the whole body is destroyed with cremation, so that's
right. And
a very one-directional process, if you will.
Okay. And if someone was trying to hide a murder by insulin, wouldn't it be wise to cremate the body?
I think that's speculation. I have no opinion on the matter at this point. I mean, cremation turns the body into ash. It's a high temperature process.
And you couldn't test that body for anything if it's turned to ash post-mortem.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Now, were you aware in the medical records that Michael Cochran had a seizure event in October 31st of 2018 through about the first week or two of November 2018?
I'll believe the dates, but I know it was like the year before. That's where that seizure event happened and where this possible brain mass was suggested.
Right. And that's well documented in the records, isn't it?
That was solely extracted from the records. I just use those facts.
Were you aware that Michael Cochran was subsequently referred to a Dr. Melanie Ward, who prescribed for him anti-seizure medication?
I'm not aware.
If that doctor prescribed anti-seizure medication, that would suggest he had seizures, right?
I know he had that seizure. I don't know about subsequent seizures.
And there was talk about Michael Cochran's blood glucose level being 21 when he arrived at the emergency room in the hospital. If that occurred, if his blood glucose level was 21 when he gets to the emergency room, they treat that, don't they? They try and raise the blood glucose level by administering glucagon or dextrose or D50, right?
So I'm not an emergency room provider, but in him, he got a vial of D50, which is a high concentration dextrose solution to try to give him a dose of sugar, a high dose of sugar.
And D50 does normally raise the blood glucose levels, right?
Yes, it's supposed to,
Okay.
yes.
Now, perhaps Dr. Dragovich would have better addressed this question, but if someone has a head injury, like is alleged in this matter, fall, hit their head on the counter, pass out, fall on the floor, you don't always have an external sign on the head of any kind of concussion, right? And I'll give you an example. There are many examples of like football players who sustain a concussion while playing. There's no external signs of it. And later on, it surfaces that they indeed had a concussion that causes brain problems. You aware of that?
I don't feel comfortable commenting on that. I can talk to you about postmortem diagnosis of what I've seen in brains with and without a concussion history. About the clinical presentation of concussion, I don't diagnose concussion. I do watch a lot of football. So.
And you're a Buffalo Bills fan, right?
No.
No.
I'm a Ravens fan.
Oh, okay.
That's on the record. And so I'm very sad about the Super Bowl. Nonetheless, sorry.
Sorry.
I was up late watching, but yes. Where was I? I don't clinically make any assessment of concussions. If it's noted in the history, just like if a seizure is noted in the history, that would be a significant history. But a concussion brain, even at autopsy, can look completely normal, which is always something that surprised me because it can be a significant impact leading, that the person sustained previously. And there can be microscopic signs, again, getting into wider diagnosis and issues. But nothing is also always present or always absent. So
Okay.
Nothing in medicine is 100%.
Your chart, that by the way is still on the viewer,
Oh, it is. Well, partially, yes.
those numbers are strictly from medical records that you reviewed. Is that right?
So I want to do one thing. So the date, the glucose were extracted data points. Okay. I used a time calculator to then calculate the interval. So it's not like the medical records had that, time since 12 o'clock. And then I did an interpretation based on the medically available activity of Lispro to say whether it would have been in, based on that time calculation, whether it would have been in the body. That's exactly how that chart was formed.
But what I'm getting at is you weren't provided emails. You don't know about statements of other people, blood glucose levels at various times during the day, unless they were documented in the medical records.
Correct. I showed you the sources and I told you the sources of which I relied on to form my opinion.
A moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, Michael Cochran was definitely diagnosed with an enlarged heart, and he had that condition, which is well documented. Isn't that correct?
I think there was suggestion of it in the medical records. It's well documented at autopsy. That's the most important finding.
Okay, now, wouldn't an enlarged heart on autopsy support the proposition that Michael had high blood pressure?
So it's not necessarily a diagnosis of hypertension, which is what we in lay terms call high blood pressure. I think that is like a genetic disease, which runs in my family as well, and many families, and is a common ailment. However, if you use medicines that relatively raise blood pressure and use them for a long time, they can have the same effect on the heart as having high blood pressure. Does that make sense? It's not high blood pressure in the hypertension diagnosis sense. It's a sequela of using a stimulant like the pseudoephedrine, which is a stimulant, and that acts to tighten the blood vessels, which then would raise your blood pressure. So if you do that long enough, that could cause that enlargement of the heart.
Okay. Now, if someone like Michael Cochran had high blood pressure, but they were attempting to hide it from their doctors.
Wait a minute. This is way out of line.
Sustained.
Okay. You have no concept of the geography in and around Beckley, correct?
No, sir. I walked half a block at lunch. That's about it.
So if the address of Michael and Natalie Cochran were on 4H Lake Road and it's only 7 miles to Raleigh General Hospital, would you accept the prosecutor's proposition that it took 30 minutes to get there? Does that sound reasonable?
I have no way to say
Okay.
one way or the other.
All right. I don't have anything else, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions, Mr. Truman?
The defense brought up about Dr. Dragovich, and the two of you seem to be a little bit apart on this. He indicated that cancerous tumors are tougher, for lack of a better word. You were here. You heard what he said.
Oh, yes.
There was never a finding of a pancreatic tumor, was there?
So let me break that down in two parts. One is there in the medical records, there was no documentation, okay? In the autopsy, you could see by the condition of the body that even at the first autopsy that I'm saying, the pancreas does something called autolysis. It eats itself due to the enzymes. And even with which is sort of like dissolving it with acid, if you will, right? It like sort of disintegrates. And so even a tougher tumor, which I don't know that information, he offered that, but now to comment on that, it would still be susceptible to complete degradation by the time the first autopsy was done.
I guess the answer to my question is no. There was never a pancreatic tumor found in Michael Cochran.
So I can't agree to that because
there was one found?
Please let me explain.
Sure.
Okay, that's what I'm here to do. One is in the medical records, there wasn't, okay? I think a decomposed body, you cannot conclude whether one was or was not there. That is a limitation. So, right, it is handicapped. So I cannot accurately say if the organ's not there or so in poor shape to evaluate, I'm limited by that to say whether a tumor had been there.
That's not what I'm asking. The question is, there was no tumor found in his pancreas, was it? Not
By
why.
who? By who?
Kubitschek.
Dr. Kubitschek did not find one.
Okay. Do forensic pathologists rely solely on what they find in the dead body?
No.
They
So
don't.
if I can explain that,
Sure.
yeah, that we don't practice in a black box, okay? But I think, again, the autopsy is a gold standard. That is the collection of data that's collecting as much evidence, and we have a unique perspective, right? No one else is doing the dissection or collecting that data, like where Dr. Krieger is not qualified to comment on cause and manner of death. With that being said, you still take the investigation into, or the circumstances surrounding death into play. But there are so many unknowns here that undetermined cause and manner are appropriate.
Right. Would an enlarged heart in and of itself cause hypoglycemia?
No, but if he has an arrhythmia and then starts getting dysregulated, he could have hypoglycemia.
And that would just happen within minutes, hours?
I couldn't say.
Okay. And would an enlarged heart cause a blood glucose level of 21?
Again, it's not a direct cause. If he becomes dysregulated, if his body's shutting down, that could happen.
And that would take how long?
I don't know. We're all different.
Okay. Doctor, thank you. That's all the questions the state has.
Anything, Mr. Selvin?
Very shortly. Doctor, the pancreas, which is responsible for insulin production in the body, is an internal organ of the body, right?
One of the major organs
Okay.
that I look at every case. Yes, everywhere. We all have one.
And isn't it true when the body begins to decompose after death,
Yes.
that the internal organs, like the pancreas, are the first to decompose?
So
As opposed to the skin,
okay.
the hair, the bones.
So everything starts decomposing, some at different, like faster level, faster rates than others. I mean, if we look at everything at the microscopic level, once the person is deceased, not getting oxygen, everything is disintegrating. We're no longer living. We're not getting the nourishment. Okay. But I would say the GI tract, meaning like the tube, the stomach, your esophagus, stomach, pancreas, etc., gallbladder, those are very sensitive organs full of enzymes and bacteria that normally live there and are contained, but upon death are released or penetrate through to first decompose these structures. And they're very susceptible to decomposition.
Okay. And after a body has been decomposing after death, and it's 7 months before an autopsy is done, you could not tell whether there were microscopic pancreatic tumors because of the state of decomposition. Isn't that true?
This was a moderate state of decomposition with insect activity, which would limit analysis of all organs, especially the pancreas.
No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Truman?
That's for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may step down. You are excused. Come up, please.
And this is where the judge is gonna say we're gonna finish for the day, or at least maybe ask the defense how they are in the case to try to find out what's the next plan and talk about the schedule. Actually, before they do come back, very very quickly, I just check on the court records about the other case. They haven't found a jury today. They are going to go back again tomorrow for continuance of jury selection. So it's probably taking a little bit longer, which is kind of good because it works out with our case. So I'm very happy with that. The newsroom is already up, ready for tomorrow, same time. But then at the end, we're still going to do like a mini recap of the day. And yeah, but today has been very, very interesting. Yeah, true. And because he went to a hospice as well, that's why probably she forced him to go to the hospice. Because if you go to the hospice, your death.
Members of the jury, we've
on.
gone a little bit late today. We wanted to get that witness in, certainly, and this is a good stopping point. I have to deal with the attorneys concerning some legal matters that would be boring to you folks. And so I will deal with them in the morning rather than have you sitting in your jury room and wasting time cooling your heels. I'm going to ask you to come in at 10 o'clock in the morning. I hate to vary the time because when doctors change my appointments, I usually screw up and don't go in at the right time. But this will give you some additional time to sleep in a little bit and to rest up a little bit. And don't come in at 9, but be sure to come in at 10 o'clock. Are we straight on that? And again, the reason for that is I will be here at 9 o'clock. The attorneys and the defendant will be here at 9 o'clock, and we're going to work on some things and streamline the proceedings for you. Please do not talk to anyone about the case. Do not talk to yourselves, each other about the case. We are fully invested here. We are winding down on matters, and we simply don't want any trouble. We don't want any problems at this juncture. So do not read anything in the newspaper. Do not watch anything on the news. Do not do any research. Do not see anything online, so that when it comes down to deliberate on this case, you will have an open mind and you won't be influenced by other people. All right. Thank you very much. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room, and I'll see you at 10 o'clock in the morning.
So I think they are going to be working on a jury's instructions tomorrow. I don't know if there's going to be a feed or not for that hour. We'll still go live at the normal time. If not, you're just going to have to hear me talk for yet another hour, or we'll find some court cases to some court to watch while that hour or something. But we'll discuss that in a second when we're doing our daily recap.
All right. I have to clear the courtroom again briefly, as I did before, so that I can advise the defendant further concerning her right to testify, the so-called Newman procedure. And so I'll ask everyone to step out, and you can come back if you wish, although we are very close to the close of the day.
Right. We'll probably wait until if they come back and see what happens. Give them 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but probably not a lot more to go today. So the judge has dismissed the jury for the day. They ended court. We'll see what happens with the feed. If the feed goes down, we'll go down. If the feed stays up, we'll stay up. We'll see what happens. So the judge has dismissed. It did not say anything about breakfast. You must have forgotten, because now we're not gonna know, and we need to know what is the breakfast of the day, because we've known every single day, and today not. Judge, we need to know. Please let us know. We are very interested in knowing. But it's interesting that they had this colloquy last week about Natalie testifying or not, and they're having it again. maybe she changed her mind in terms if she's going to testify or not. I think she had the weekend to think over about it and maybe discuss with the prison or jail friends. And they probably said that it was a bad idea and she's changing her mind that she's not going to testify. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. So it is a good notice that defense is getting close to their case in chief. That means that we are gonna probably they're gonna be working on the jury's instructions that hour tomorrow. We'll see if there's a feed or not. We'll be here for it no matter what. We'll go live at the normal time, 8:45 a.m. EST Eastern, and we'll be discussing briefly the case and then see if the jury instructions are going to be streamed or not. If they're not, we'll watch some court or talk a little bit for an hour until court does start at 10 a.m. Eastern. Well, shortly after 10 a.m. because they never start on time. And then we're going to go from there because I think tomorrow then we're going to have closings. If Natalie doesn't testify, I think we are going to definitely have closings if they are already working in the jury instructions. And then we're going to be on verdict watch. Again, we'll figure it out something to watch to talk about during verdict. We will have a watch at this time in this verdict to see and keep an eye on. That's exciting. I need to make sure that I'm prepared with that. In terms of today, I mean, the recap is going to probably be quite short because there's not a lot. We had experts testifying, we had a doctor testifying, so it was a lot more heaviness in terms of experts today for sure than actually character witnessing to about Natalie and about like her life and how her marriage was or wasn't with Michael and everything. So it was definitely a bit more technical today than the day on Friday. No, not on Friday. I keep saying Friday. Friday there was in court on Thursday. I've got all my days mixed up. I don't know. I don't speak English. So yeah, so there's no news in terms of the other court. We're still hanging out because I don't know if they are gonna come back. How long they are gonna take for. I mean, tomorrow we can do a bit of a recap of the whole case, like of all the notes that me and Nightbot have taken throughout the case, and then see. But because I don't really understand his his handwriting, so I think I need his help to be able to read his handwriting and make my own notes because yeah, and I don't think he can read my handwriting. I do my notes on a computer because I find it easier to do on a computer than actually writing handwriting. But I think it's different. He prefers handwriting. So because it took see. This is the sticky notes that Nightbot took his notes on today. So it is not bad. It is. I'm just saying that I can't read. But I found interesting, right, today that we heard from what? Two pathologists. I can't speak. Forensic pathologists. I was like, it's just too many. And then, like, I don't think they contradicted this themselves, but it was too much information, too technical information about the same thing. I mean, I think it was enough one to talk about that, like the cause of death was undetermined and they could not determine the cause or the matter of death. And I think it was just a bit too much information. I think if I was the jury, right, I would be thinking about either the pizza or all the donuts that I've had so far, or I wonder what is the treat tomorrow. I would not really be focused on the trial with that many technicality. But I did like the state's theory in terms of when Natalie could have injected more insulin or could have injected insulin, because he said they lived about 30 minutes away from the Raleigh hospital where they live in West Virginia. So, and the friend was driving. So he was not really paying attention to what was happening in the back, even though you could have looked in the rearview mirror. So she could have taken advantage during that period of time, because it takes 5 to 10 minutes, I think, to insulin to work. So she could have injected that the final blow in a way on the way to the hospital, and that's why his levels at the hospital were so low. That's my theory. Because they were saying, the defense was saying, oh, but his levels at the hospital were low. When he was at home, they were normal. So something must have happened on the way to the hospital. But that's all circumstantial. And because obviously there was no witnesses, there's no car cams, there's no dash cams or anything. There's only Natalie, Michael, and the friend in the car. So that is my theory, and I think that's where the prosecution was going, in terms of like saying that that's where she injected. But then again, there's no proof, there's no evidence. It's the only person that probably know it's not with us anymore is in heaven buffet, like Kathy would say. I don't think she agrees with me in saying heaven buffet. I think she thinks she's in the hot place with the fire. So it's just interesting, and how he's making me question and it's making me think. So, and I hope it's making the jury think. Sorry, hang on, there's sound coming from
All right, I can announce on the record, out of the presence of the jury, that the defendant has now elected not to testify in her own behalf. I further understand from our conversations at the bench that the defense will rest. I'm not trying to pin down the state at all, and you don't have to tell me at this juncture, but do you believe, Mr. Truman, that there will be a case in rebuttal on behalf of the state?
Your Honor, I think we'll call one rebuttal witness.
I would guess between the state, well, it depends on who does the cross for the defense, but that witness total time, I would not think would exceed 45 minutes to an hour. But
All right,
I'm not
so
sure.
fairly lengthy.
Well, that would be, trying to project the most time I can think. Yeah, it probably shouldn't take that long, but I don't know.
Okay. And depending on what happens tomorrow in terms of the state's case in rebuttal, the defense may have additional witnesses to call.
All right. May I have a second?
Wow. Shocker. Oh no. Oh my days. That has been the shocking of the day. Today has been a good day of court all around.
And Judge, I'll tell you, it's total defense. The state never really had the opportunity to interview the two children that testified, who are now an adult and a near adult. So we were going to have Investigator Heinzman testify in rebuttal to things that they said.
Okay. All right. I want to get a leg up on the process, so I'll need for you all to come in at 9 o'clock so we can talk about instructions. I need for you all to review the charge that I have sent to everybody. I hope everybody has received it. There are two things missing. Obviously, when we prepared the charge, we thought that the defendant would testify based upon her earlier inclination. And so I did not have an instruction to advise the jury about her right not to testify. And further, I noticed this morning that I don't have an instruction concerning expert witnesses. And the reason I don't is because I took this charge from the last case that I did, and we didn't have any experts. And so I took it out of the charge, and I'll put it back in. That's the way judges operate. So I will add those, and I will expect to have a fresh set of a charge for you in the morning. And what I have done is simply to include all the state's instructions and all the defense instructions. I've mixed them up a little bit, and there were a couple of them that I changed around, and I put her instead of him, and I did some other things to tailor the instructions for our particular case. But basically, if you go through it, you'll see that your submissions are all contained within the body of the charge. We will argue them in the morning, and some we may kick out, and we may leave it as is, but we will go through it page by page or instruction by instruction and see what we have. Okay, is that a plan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything from the defense?
Are those revised instructions ready, Your Honor, right now, or will you have those?
I have them, but we haven't incorporated them in
Okay.
the charge, and that's what my trustee law clerk and I are going to do right now. We're going to hopefully put them in pretty quickly and get them.
Okay.
Set
So we'll
forth.
have them. We'll have them.
You'll
ready.
have them in the morning. If you want me to, I'll have her send them to you tonight when we finish.
That would be good.
Okay, when we conclude it, we'll send them to you so
And,
that
and,
you'll.
and if they don't get done based upon what the court's given us, I don't know that it's going to add a lot of time.
Okay.
Either way.
And I need somebody to do a verdict form. I think, Mr. Truman, yours was fine, but I noticed that the defense included an instruction on negligent homicide. And so if that it flies, we'll need a verdict form that reflects that possibility.
We will effort that.
Okay. Anything else before we close out the day?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court is adjourned.
All right. So, hang on. Let me not put this on a better image than a very out of focus one. Well, that's not better, but anyway. So that is new. We had some new things. So first of all, my theory was that she is sure that she's not concerned at all, that she felt that the case was too good, and she decided not to testify. So our theory earlier was right. She was going to testify, but now at last minute, possible minute, she changed her opinion of testifying, and now she is. So basically the defense in the morning, when the jury is going to come in at 10 a.m. Eastern, is going to rest. The state has about an hour rebuttal case to go. They did say that it depends on how quick the prosecution is on cross, the defense is on cross, which was hilarious. And I don't think the defense has any other case or more witnesses to blow it up, but they're going to be working, and this is going to be very interesting in the morning. And that I really want to see is the jury instructions, because they just mentioned, and I just took note of it. So apparently the lesser included in this case is negligent homicide. So, which I think it is what the jury is going to go for. Because if it was just solid, the unaliving charge, and either that or not guilty, that she would go not guilty or hung jury. With the lesser included of the negligent homicide, that could be an option for the jury, and that could be the option that the jury is going to go for. Because yes, it wasn't proved that she unalived him in terms of poisoning or whatever and whatnot, but also she was negligent about the homicide. And one of our followers, Nika, I think is the name. Sorry if it is not. 511. She asked earlier, and we did not know. I did not know how to answer, and this is your answer. Yes, there is a lesser of negligent homicide, and I think that is what is going to be her demise on that. In the morning, for me, my morning, because court for me starts in the afternoon. I am going to do some investigation in terms of the lesser included of the negligent homicide in terms of sentencing and possible outcome and whatnot. And yeah, so that was a very good finish for the day. I mean, it was juicy, it was nice, it was a good day overall. You got to see Nightbot as well today, which is always a good day. Well, I am a little bit biased in terms of having that opinion. It is also a good day to see Nightbot, but you might see him very soon as well. Again, it depends on how the week's gonna go. The week is gonna go good. I'll be probably here the whole week, but we'll go with the punches, as you say. So it has been a great day. We've done the recap, we've done the things that we needed to do, so I think it's time to go warm up myself and get myself into bed, because it's almost 10 o'clock at night. I need to relax a little bit, do some investigation, find some more new information about this case, the new case, all the cases. Make sure I know you've probably done, but make sure you like, subscribe to the channel. It does help a lot. It's great to see new faces in chat. Thank you very much for the support. You guys mean a lot. Thank you, and have a great afternoon, evening, or morning, wherever you are, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have a great day. Bye, everyone.